A very good afternoon and a warm welcome to all the delegates, speakers, and audience present with us today to witness the rise of first of its kind state level conference RISE, which is redefining institutional strategy for excellence, Himalayan edition. My name is Kumar. I am a senior research analyst at QS IGAUGE and I will be your event moderator today. To initiate the conference, I invite Dr. Ashwin Fernandez, Regional Director at QS for Middle East, North Africa, and Southeast Asia, and CEO of QS IGAUGE to give his welcome address. Over to you, Ashwin.
Thank you so much, Kumar, and a very good afternoon and a warm welcome to all the delegates, speakers, and audience who are present with us today for this edition of RISE, which is called the Himalayan edition. It's a fifth edition of our first season for RISE, which stands for Redefining Institutional Strategy for Excellence, organized by QS and co-hosted by institutions in specific states and regions of India. Today's edition for the Himalayan region is co-hosted by two premier and prestigious institutions of the country, the University of Petroleum and Energy Studies, UPES, and Shullini University. So before I begin, this whole event wouldn't have been possible without the support, the mentorship and guidance of the two visionary leaders at both these institutions. So Dr. Sunil Rai, the Vice Chancellor for UPES, and Professor Atul Khosla, the founder and Vice Chancellor at Shullini University. Thank you so much for joining hands with us for this event to organize a series of this and even looking at the future and how we could bring quality and excellence to every part of India, and for your efforts in bringing this important topic to the two states we are organizing it with today. The first season, as I mentioned, covers North India. This is the fifth edition. We will be continuing to two more regions as part of this session as we conclude July and then look at bringing this to other parts of India. As in my previous opening remarks, I keep saying this is not a conference, but a quality and excellence movement in India. We definitely want to bring back the glory days of Indian higher education being the knowledge capital of the world. And this is definitely not possible with the involvement of every stakeholder and every state of India and every person involved in higher education and even education around the country. Quality and excellence are conjoined twins, and you probably attended a session previously. You keep hearing this from me, and definitely they go together, and it becomes a habit. It becomes more than a habit than an actual act. And we always hear this: we are what we repeatedly do, and hence excellence becomes part of our DNA. And I think as individuals, as people, and as institutions, and as countries and economies, we always have been striving to do better. And that's what we want people in the state who are leading higher education to start thinking and aiming for the sky. So today's edition, as we embark on promoting excellence and quality in the Himalayan region, we've seen how last year has gone about with innumerable events. We want this to be highly productive, interactive, and of course, enriching for you. And this will not stop at this event. We hope, and the discussions we've had with our partners, is to continue the RISE movement beyond this event, beyond this movement today, into the next few months, into the next few years. So we bring you the best of the world to the states of India. At the time of independence, with only 8% literates in the two states of Uttarakhand and Himachal Pradesh, which we are co-hosting the Himalayan edition with, they were the lowest in the position in the country. And it's really great to know that today, because of the continuous endeavors by not just the government, but also the people who are leading various mechanisms and agencies at the state level and at the country, currently Uttarakhand and Himachal are standing at third and fourth position for literacy in the country, which is a remarkable achievement. And definitely nestled within the Western Himalayas region, both states almost at the same geographical area, the GDP, the economic growth and population. And in the last decade, both these states have shown tremendous evolvement in the higher education system, almost a threefold increase in a number of institutions over a span of 8 years. Almost 8 lakh students are studying at various levels. of higher education with one of the best gross enrollment ratios in the country. The region, the Himalayan region, is the fourth popular destination in the country for international students and has attracted over 2,000 international students every year. While that might look small, considering the country and the focus it has had previously on domestic students, I think that is a great beginning. Students of the region tend to develop that conversationalist behavior because of the combination of experience they're getting from quality education in a very serene environment in our unique country. And I think one of the sessions today talks about this and about how the region can support better, or I would say spirituality in higher education. And with all eyes on implementation NEP now, where the dialogue between stakeholders is set to begin, both the states, I think, should lay the roadmap aiming to reach world-class standards. I wouldn't do justice if I wouldn't congratulate our hosts today, UPS for attaining a 5 stars rating in QS stars, and Shulin University for attaining a top 300 in the QS Asia University ranking. Of course, my appreciation to the efforts to the management, faculty, students, and alumni of this institution for taking them to greater heights. And obviously, at the end of it, we've seen several institutions in both these states who have come forward to take the quality movement even further. So we've seen several institutions which have already done our QS IGAUGE rating, our elite certification, and so on. So you can look at our website and understand more about what we have been doing on the quality front in this state. Today's session topic is very apt, is definitely ignite the desire to take India to another level. We want to fuel your patriotic spirit to see India become a global higher education destination, and that can only happen one state at a time and one institution at a time. I'm glad all of you have joined us today. We have some excellent sessions. We have changed the format a bit from the previous sessions. We've included more debates. We've listened to what you would like to hear across from the surveys we have done previously. And we hope that this session will help you understand much more on what you could do and what you could learn from global best practices. So without any further delay, let's go ahead and enjoy the sessions today. Thank you so much. And I hope you have a great session for this afternoon.
Thank you very much, Ashwin, for your valuable insights. Now I invite Dr. Sunil from our co-host, University of Petroleum and Energy Studies. Dr. Sunil Rai is the Vice Chancellor of UPS, is a veteran academician and has vast experience of 42 years with 19 years in academia, 21 years in Indian Navy and 2 years in corporate world. Prior to joining UPS, he has worked as Vice Chancellor of MIT Arts and Design Technology University, Director on Board of Maharashtra IT Corporation. He was also Commissioned Officer of Indian Navy for 21 years, where he served on ships like INS Vikrant, Nilgiri, Himgiri and oil tanker Shakti. Welcome you, sir. Over to you.
Thank you very much. At the outset, I would like to express my thanks to QS and our co-hosts, the Shulni University, in particular, Mr. Ashwin Fernandez from QS and his team, and also Dr. Atul Khosla, the Pro-Chancellor of Shulni University, our co-host, and his entire team, as also the entire team from UPS who have actually been part of this exercise to create this particular event. Very, very good afternoon to you. Thank you very much. We are excited, delighted to join this particular brainstorming session. And as Ashwin had put it, that the theme of the event is so apt of taking India to the next destination, and it comes by, of course, the R.I.S.E, our event that it is called. R.I.S.E is actually taking us to the, so there is a new sun that is going to rise in the world of higher education, and sun always rises in the east, and India is, of course, the destination, as was told by Swami Vivekananda many, many years ago. And these two universities, UPS and Shulni, we are very fortunate to be the Indian universities, and of course located in the Himalayas. And Himalayas stand for dignity, Himalayas stand for peace, Himalayas stand for the universal brotherhood, Himalayas stand for good health. That has comes from basically the two things. One is, of course, if there were no Himalayas, there would have been cold winds in India, and Himalayas stand between those cold winds and protect the entire nation and keep the environment and climate healthy and cozy for vegetation to grow. And that's how civilization has flourished this part of the world. So that's one part of the Himalayas. The other part of Himalayas being the very rich, being the belt of the Ganga and the Yamuna, is very, very rich as far as the biodiversity is concerned. So two things. One is culture. The This area is also called Dev Bhumi, particularly Dehradun, Uttarakhand, and this is particularly known for the kind of ancient wisdom which had come in the form of Vedas, Upanishads, and the ancient Indian Indic scriptures. So we are actually home for that. We are here in this particular area where this is abundance of the Vedic wisdom, which teaches the important principles of coexistence, of well-being of not only human beings but the entire Shrishti, the environment as it is called. So one is that. The second one is the medicinal plants and the herbs that grow here in this particular area. So what do we offer actually here? One is, of course, an atmosphere of learning and wisdom, universal brotherhood, and also a potential opportunity to indulge in such kind of research in the herbs and other trees that are here to create well-being for the entire mankind. So I wanted to share this, that at UPS we view values as the bedrock of development of human beings. We also value the environment, the sustainability aspect of it, and we have therefore created School for Life. We focus on all UN sustainability development goals. It's a way of life that we have here. I would like to welcome all the participants who are joining this particular event today with QS, the R.I.S.E. We are expecting sessions that will invoke thought, that will show the path to glory. And I'm looking forward to this once again. Thank you, QS, for involving us. Thank you, Shulni, for partnering with us. And thanks to all the participants and I also who are joining us. And I welcome all the keynote speakers and panel speakers who are going to enrich these sessions. Thank you very much. Jai Hind.
Thank you very much for your remarks, sir. Now I invite Professor Atul Khosla from our co-host institution, Sulin University. Professor Atul Khosla is the founder, trustee, and the vice chancellor of Sulin University. He has been an entrepreneur for the last 20 years. He has founded and led multiple startups. He founded Olivier Matter, Everest Group business in India and Asia, helped build A-Connect into a global consulting business. He has also recently founded Adu, an edtech startup out of Chandigarh. He is also a member of state for HP Council CII and advisor to SEBI chairman. Welcome, sir.
Thank you very much. And once again, welcome to all of you. It's my honor to be here today. So thank you, Dr. Sunil. Thank you, Ashwin, for making this happen. So before I go into my 3 to 5 minutes, I'd just like to lay out my dream. I spent around 3 to 5 years in Switzerland as part of my professional career. And I was dazzled by the way Switzerland went about building its economy, especially higher education. There are multiple world-class universities sitting out of Switzerland. Now let's compare the Himalayan states with Switzerland. Very similar demographics and very similar topography, beautiful and culturally sound. 200 odd universities are there in Switzerland, and I've always dreamt that why should great universities not exist in the Himalayas, like states like Uttarakhand or Himachal. And when Ashwin came to me and said, we are going to do this series of conclaves, I said, let's do a Himalayan conclave. And I'm so thankful to Sunil and UPS to join hands with Shalini, because that's our dream. How do we build Himachal and Uttarakhand into a world-class destination, not just the best in India, but actually one of the best in the world? So if Scotland could do it, and Perdita will talk about it, or if parts of the United States could do it, there's no reason why we can't do it. And I'm going to talk a bit about why it's actually important to build a great university ecosystem. And I've got 4 messages for all of us. My first message is that a great university system is actually provides the momentum for an ecosystem for economic progress. Wherever there's been a great university system, there's been phenomenal economic growth. And I'm going to talk about a couple of examples. The Silicon Valley of the United States is actually propelled by UC Berkeley and Stanford, I believe. If you go a bit towards the east of the United States, you've got the high-tech corridor driven by Harvard and MIT. If you go a little towards Princeton, it drives the healthcare corridor. And if you come towards the east, then you'll see the manufacturing corridor of China being driven by Tsinghua University. So if we can build great universities, you will also see dramatic progress in that particular region, and it'll create clusters of excellence. And that's what a university system should do. So that's my first message. My second message is, I genuinely believe that the business model of a university is changing very fast. We live in a world of disruption. I also believe that the best university of the world, whichever way we define it, it's not going to be the classical universities of Oxford or Harvard, may not be. It's a unique opportunity for us to change the existing business model of university education. And I would challenge all of us as educationists to start thinking that way. And my example is going to be technology. If Google and Facebook could challenge IBM, there's no reason why we have to worry about resources the way we typically think in the traditional context. We have to think outside the box and start thinking about great universities in India, in the Himalayas. My third message, I think a great university also fosters and propels research and innovation and learning, and creates an environment where it attracts the best students, researchers, faculty members. And that's what Nalanda and Takshila would do, I hear, in the golden days of India. Can we create that environment? And I genuinely believe that the Himalayas can do that. It's beautiful out here. So all of you have not been to Himachal or Uttarakhand, please visit us. It's gorgeous. It's pollution-free. It's spiritual. It's just wonderful. And it's also not touched by the Western world, like, for example, Switzerland, and I spoke about it. My fourth thought for all of us is something around QS. I also believe that rankings and accreditations provide a phenomenal framework, a great framework to benchmark ourselves and keep on challenging ourselves to say, are we in the right path? Are we in the right direction to build a great university? So those were my 4 thoughts, and hopefully we'll be discussing all of these in terms of building a great ecosystem in the Himalayas. And secondly, all of us as academicians, how can we build great institutions amongst ourselves? We're very proud of what we have done at Shalini. I'm very thankful to our founder, Dr. Khosla, who brought in 2 amazing thoughts when we started Shalini 10 years back. First was research and innovation. How do we bring great research and innovation which provides to the community? And how do we build that into an ecosystem in India? We didn't have any money, but we went about with that passion. And the second is about how do we work towards the contribution to the community, work with the lesser privileged students of the country, of the region, and how do we make them world beaters? So these really are the 2 passions around which Shalini works. We started bootstrapped. We started with, I mean, it's a joke, but we started with $20,000 in our pocket. And that's what's happening in this disrupted world. Today, as we speak, as Ashwin said, we are one of the youngest universities in the top 300 in QS Asia. It's a huge achievement for us. But more importantly, in research, in citations, We were 14th in Asia and number 1 in the country. And that's what I think disruption can do, and that's what we can do in the Himalayas together. So once again, thank you all of you. Let's together make a great environment. Let's together make great universities. And for people who have not experienced Himalayas yet, please come partner with us, set up universities in the country, in Himachal, in Uttarakhand. And for all of us who are in Himachal and Uttarakhand, let's actually go out and build the best universities of the world. Thank you very much once again, Dr. Rai and Ashwin, and everyone in the audience. Over to you, Kumar.
Thank you very much, sir, for your valuable insight. I'm sure that all the 4 points you mentioned will be the roadmap for institutions to look forward to. We have 2 guests of honor today with us. I invite our first guest of honor, Ms. Perdita Fraser. Perdita Fraser is a member of board, University of Edinburgh. She is an experienced director, board advisor, and an angel investor in clean tech SMEs of UK and US. She has held board roles in both private and public sector, building on her experience as advisor in risk management, capital raising, and a former investment banker with JP Morgan. She is also founder member of Chapter 0, the UK chapter for World Economic Forum Climate Governance Initiative. She was also named as one of the top 100 women to watch on female FST board combined by Cranfield University. Welcome, ma'am. Over to you. Ma'am, you're muted.
I can't believe I did that after 18 months of pressing that button. Thank you so much. Thank you very much to Shalini and UPES and QS for inviting me to speak at this important event. It's a truly inspiring ambition to build on the fantastic history that you have in this region and to develop a global destination of learning. We'll build upon the structures that you already have. This last 18 months has really underlined the central importance of higher education and research to the planet's resilience. Universities and governments and policymakers across the world are debating how to build more excellence, how to pay for it, and really what does make a great university. I should say, as background, I sit on the board of Edinburgh University, which is a large public university in the UK. We have about 40,000 students on campus. About half of them are international students. And we have about 15,000 staff. And thanks to QS latest ranking, we are ranked 16th in the world. I was talking to Atul recently, Professor Kozler, and discussing the fact that we have just been conducting a strategic refresh at Edinburgh. And so the opportunity to speak now is very timely. We have been starting from core concepts. What is the purpose of a university? Is it about education? Is it about research? Is it about improving outcomes for communities, for society, for the planet? Or is it about training good members of society or driving economic growth, as Atul was just saying? And with research, is it about blue skies research or commercializable research, close to industry? Or pursuing the research and development aims of the region, the nation, or of society? With education, is it about teaching people to be great citizens, to be great innovators, or to get a job? One of the things we all agreed on in this discussion that was very wide-ranging is that it really is about people. It's about students, it's about staff, it's about the communities. And we need to think very hard about what they are looking for, what attracts them to come here, how does the community work with us and around us? Is it about the reputation of the university and its excellence? I'm not very familiar with the Indian context, but in the UK, rightly or wrongly, most people associate the highest excellence in higher education with the most intensive research universities. This gives the somewhat curious outcome that most students choose their university based on its research output rather than on its teaching outcomes. Of course, there is some correlation, But as we all know, not everyone is a brilliant researcher and a brilliant teacher. But returning to our debate on building the university of the future, we were thinking hard about what are our unique selling education. We have a small mountain in the middle of Edinburgh City, which we think was very beautiful, not as beautiful as the Himalayas, but our location is beautiful. Our degree structure is halfway between a UK single degree in a single subject and a US-style liberal arts structure. In fact, anecdotally, quite a few of the Ivy League universities in the US were set up in the 18th century by Edinburgh graduates, and their educational structures were actually taken from Edinburgh. Another of our unique selling points stems from our history as a birthplace of the Enlightenment in the 17th century, and that reputation for rational thinking and research-led, evidence-led analysis. Returning to our internal debate, we're thinking again about how to differentiate ourselves from our global peers, touching on rankings, as Dr. Kozler mentioned. How should we target rankings? Should we have a strategy for getting to the top 5 in the world? Again, in the UK, there is a tendency for investment in elite higher education to default to what is known as the Golden Triangle of Oxford, Cambridge, and London. Similarly, in the US, there is a default to the Ivy League. So in Edinburgh, we need to make our case even more loudly and persuasively about global excellence, especially in this moment today of big questions facing society. We're living in challenging times for everyone. The disruption of the last 18 months has been unprecedented. Not just the pandemic, but the climate change and net zero. And then that's set against a background of population change and digital disruption. Indeed, the last 18 months presents us with an existential challenge to the traditional model of a university, which I think you're going on to talk about later on today. We've also been considering scale. What's the right size? Different universities have different strategies, general across-the-board offering or specialised offering. Edinburgh has doubled in size, and we've settled on a size that is good for us. But other specialised universities and smaller universities have found different sizes that suit them, from 5,000 to 100,000. Providing a quality experience for students and staff is clearly the most important driver. Another critical issue is the mix of funding: private trusts, government, industry, philanthropy, domestic and international sources of funding. With government, there is a need to focus on whether government should be interested in supporting physical infrastructure or intangibles such as research, staff and students. In the UK, and I'm sure in India as well, one of the biggest issues for a university is trying to navigate shifting government priorities. One of the lenses that's most important for us as we look to work with our government is how can we help them with their priorities? Do our interests align? For example, during the pandemic, Edinburgh has developed the largest global data set of intensive care genetic data. Does it make sense to go to the UK government, maybe to the G7 or the G20, and talk about investing in pandemic preparedness? It clearly does, but we need to go out and make that case clearly. Moving on to industry, we need to all work as universities better with industry, both in terms of research and in terms of employment outcomes, and in terms of partnerships with local communities. European universities are, on the whole, not as good as US universities and Asian universities at this particular thing. We need to be more strategic about how we deal with industry. We mustn't try to do everything at once. And I think where Edinburgh has come out, and this may be useful for others too, is pick some research areas with real excellence, show tangible results, take people with you, both internal university people, but also industry partners, many of whom have had bad experiences or unlucky experiences in working cross-sector. and identify which industry partners are involved in your local community and would benefit from positive outcomes locally, and therefore they have an incentive to partner. We are also very much a global university. As I mentioned, half of our students are international, and a very large proportion of our partnerships are international. And I think that is a recipe for global success for all universities seeking to achieve research and teaching excellence. But we need to bring our people with us. And whether it's co-creating with students and staff, or communicating better with students, staff, with government, with partners, we need to be humble, because we in Edinburgh, that is, we have a lot to learn on communications. This has not been an area of excellence, and there is so much we can learn from other sectors and from other universities about how to communicate better and how to ensure a diversity of viewpoints are represented in decision-making at all levels, and communicate that tricky balance between research and teaching that I know that you're also going on to discuss. Where have we ended up? Well, it's not finalized as yet. It's still working its way towards the final strategic refresh, but we hope we will have a distinctive value-based strategy, focusing on our strengths, our reputation, our people, our degree structure, our research. And our mission is, with our graduates and the knowledge we discover, we want to make the world a better place. And I know that all of you in Himachal and Uttarakhand are on this same journey to make the world a better place. And I wish you the very best of luck. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am, for sharing your valuable thoughts. I'm sure that every Indian institution should think on the lines which you suggested and should become more resilient towards the change to manage in the near future. Now we move on to our second guest of honor, Dr. Ashok Saxena. Dr. Ashok Saxena is the former provost and the vice chancellor of academic affairs, University of Arkansas, United States of America. He has also served as vice chancellor of Galgotias University and a professor at Georgia State Institute of Technology. He has been awarded Paul C. Paris Gold Medal by International Congress on Fracture for his contributions to research on fracture and structural integrity. Welcome, sir. Sir, you're muted again.
Yes, I made the same mistake as the previous speaker. Well, thank you, Kumar, for the wonderful introduction. And I want to thank Atul Khosla for the invitation to be the guest of honor at the R.I.S.E conclave, and for a chance to offer some of my perspectives on the role of rankings in higher education. I am now retired, so I can speak very freely, and instead of talking about my institution, I will talk mostly in general about the role of rankings in higher education. Objectively, rankings are an external validation of the university's own quality improvement program, or lack of it in some cases. If done right, rankings serve a very worthwhile cause in assisting students, parents, faculty members, donors, and regulators, such as accreditation bodies, in judging the quality of education at the institution. No one can argue with the right of these groups to such information, and if that can be summed up in a single quantitative number produced by a credible third party, it becomes even more useful. I have considerable firsthand experience in leading efforts to pursue higher rankings at Georgia Tech in the 1990s and the University of Arkansas in the 2000s, and very briefly at Galgotias University between 2012 and 2014. Each university was at a different stage during those periods. So the goals, strategies, and actions for improvement were also accordingly different. But if one were to take a close look at the results, they will find that at each of the three institutions, the transformation in real terms and in external perception are truly remarkable. Proof that rankings can and do matter, and they work. As a specific example from my personal experience, the School of Material Science and Engineering at Georgia Tech, when I took over as the chair of the school in 1993, was ranked 26th in the nation, according to US News and World Report. So we made it a goal to crack the top 10 in about 10 years. 9 years later, in 2002, when I stepped down as the chair of the school, it was ranked 12th and 11th in graduate and undergraduate categories, respectively. More importantly, the journey we undertook kept propelling the school to greater heights subsequently under the leadership of two chairs that followed me. The program has been ranked as high as number 2 in the nation in the past 5 years and is consistently listed among the top 4 for several years now. The lesson we learned from this experience was that it takes time to change perceptions, and the gains made through the years of hard work can be made permanent. In the US, I do not know of any department head, dean, or provost who enjoys the idea of accountability that comes with participation in a ranking system. But having said that, I also do not know of anyone among department heads, deans, and provosts who wants to be left out by not participating in the rankings game. This is simply not an option for academic leadership. We can, however, choose to participate in a ranking system whose criteria are most closely aligned with the mission of the institution. And the previous speaker alluded to that particular concept. This choice is very important because there are no single set of ranking criteria that can fairly rank all types of institutions. We know the mission of institutions can vary based on the needs of the stakeholders, and that is why it is necessary to have different ranking systems. Provided the institutions participate in an appropriate ranking system, they will benefit because it forces them to collect the relevant data, analyze it, and most importantly, use it for introspection and feed it into their own quality improvement program. If the data is not used in that way, the whole exercise, in my opinion, is futile. When I was interviewing for the position of Dean of Engineering at University of Arkansas while I was still at Georgia Tech, I was asked a question by a faculty member in an open forum. Dr. Saxena, if one looks at your resume and experience, it is all about research, raising research profile, and graduating PhD students. So why would you want to be dean at this university that has a great undergraduate program, but not the strongest graduate program? To that, I replied, if I have strong research credentials, it does not mean that I have weak undergraduate teaching credentials. I reminded him that I'm a commissioner on the Engineering Accreditation Commission of ABET, and one only gets to that position with strong teaching credentials. I then went on to say to him that I do not doubt that the undergraduate engineering program at University of Arkansas is first rate. But where is it ranked? His answer was that he did not know. I then stated that if the program was ranked high, he would in fact know. I then went on to explain how the undergraduate quality of education is intimately linked to perceived quality of graduate education and research. So to improve undergraduate rankings, an institution must also be a high quality research institution. I think the previous speaker also said something similar. Thus, research metrics are perceived to be relevant and important in contributing to the quality of students' educational experience. That is what rankings are about, and it is not about rights to brag that my university is better than yours, which I unfortunately have to say I experienced a lot of in the early days of rankings while I was serving as the Vice Chancellor of Belgotias University. With those words, I wish the organizers of the conclave very fruitful discussions throughout the next few hours. I have noticed that they have picked very timely topics, such as how to use online platforms to deliver high quality education. Going forward, this is a resource that was previously not available. So it is important to fully exploit it to improve student learning and thereby improve the quality of education. Thank you once again, Vice Chancellor Khosla, and best wishes to all the participants. I will stay on to listen to other speakers at the conclave and hope to interact with them on this topic that is very dear to my heart, namely improving the quality of higher education by making it more learner-centric as opposed to teaching-centric. So good luck for the rest of the day.
Thank you very much for those invaluable words, sir. Now I invite our chief guest, Dr. Karan Avtar Singh, for his presidential address. Dr. Karan Avtar Singh is a member of Indian Administrative Service of the 1984 batch of the Punjab cadre. He was former Chief Secretary of the State of Punjab and Chairman for the Punjab Water Regulation and Development Authority. He also holds a PhD from University of Michigan and an LLB from University of Delhi. Welcome you, sir. Over to you.
Thank you. This topic is very dear to my heart. I've lived close to the Himalaya for most of my life. And we all know that this is a part of the globe which has a lot of potential. It's also a place which, in the context of climate change, is like a living laboratory or a natural laboratory for ecology, for ESG. So I do feel that in the near future, the Himalaya will get more focus, more attention globally, and therefore it is time to think seriously about today's topic. That is it possible to add value to society and economy in the Himalaya by improving and upgrading the educational infrastructure and services in this part of the world? So the previous speakers have mentioned why the Himalayas are promising. I'll just quickly summarize 5 points. This part of the world, perhaps half the Himalayas in India. The rest spreads across from the west, Afghanistan, Uzbekistan, Tajikistan, and then to the east, Nepal, Bhutan. We have a string of societies which have been isolated across history, but which are very open and very simple in their structure today, which gives them a lot of advantages, I feel. For example, if you look at the spiritual heritage of the Himalaya, which Dr. Sunil Rai referred to, it stretches across not only all the major religious traditions of the globe, the Islamic traditions of the Chistis and Naqshbandis in the west, the Buddhist traditions across the Himalaya, the Hindu and Indian traditions, and now a lot of secular work which is happening in this part of the world, simply because the natural beauty of this region attracts people from all over the world, making it not only a center for tourism, for adventure, sports, but also for yoga, meditation, which again, it has thousands of years of history for that. So it is perhaps a great environment for learning, for research. The question then is, can we harness the potential and come close to achieving this dream of making the Himalayan region a place for higher education, for research and development. As a bureaucrat, as a regulator, I've had long experience with universities, with academics, whether it was being involved in hiring processes for academic leaders, being involved with the Federal University Grants Commission, the state regulators, and my personal view has evolved to a point where I feel that regulation of higher education and universities in particular needs to be very light touch. And the reason for that is that research especially, even more so than teaching, requires immense autonomy. And I'll come to that in a minute. So briefly, what kind of regulation do I think would help in jumpstarting this Himalayan dream of becoming excellent in higher education? Well, In a society like ours and all Himalayan societies, the access to higher education is very important. It's very expensive today. Not every young person from a poor family can afford it, but perhaps on merit, they deserve it. So that is something a regulator needs to look at. Funding of universities, state funding, scholarships, means-tested bursaries, etc. Second issue, which is unique to the Himalaya, is the multiplicity of languages. And this is true across India and the other countries in the Himalaya. Higher education in South Asia is almost entirely imparted in English. This can be a big handicap for young persons who have not had access to an English medium education. So this is something which the state and the regulator needs to look at. How to do it has been an open question. We haven't found a great answer as yet in India. The fourth issue is of emphasizing the role of empirical research, by which I simply mean the role of seeking data to verify a hypothesis. What I've seen across India as compared to other countries, both the West and China, is that except in the quantitative sciences or the natural sciences, when we look at social sciences and the way these disciplines are developed in our country, the emphasis on empirical verification, the emphasis on hypothesis-based thinking is not always there. And this can be a big handicap when you're looking for excellence in higher education, especially in research. This is something which perhaps not through any kind of legal mechanism, but just through nudging and through accreditation, through focus during ranking processes, which the previous speaker mentioned, is something we need to look at. My last point on regulation is that way back 50 years ago in the 1960s, the then government of India had focused upon setting up institutes of excellence in a particular discipline. So we had the Indian Institutes of Technology for the engineering and physical sciences. We had the Indian Institutes of Management, which were business schools. We've had some more recently. Again, if we want broad-based research and we want depth in research, the best way is perhaps to encourage universities with scope across disciplines so that they can garner the economies of scope and scale and get sufficient size to do cutting-edge research, which often happens at the boundaries of disciplines and not particularly in the center of a particular discipline. So these are briefly my views on what a regulator ideally could do in the Himalayan context, whether in India or Nepal or the other countries which we are looking at. I will mention China at the end and give my perspective on China, which I feel is very important as not only a neighbor of India, but a participant in the Himalayan ecosystem and society. So why do I have these views of light touch regulation for universities, especially research universities? I guess I have about 5 or 6 reasons. I'll quickly run through them. First, in the context of India and South Asia, we've known for decades that the returns on education are very high. This started with Robert Barrow and his colleagues at Harvard in the 90s. Their empirical research showed that secondary education, which is simply the number of high school graduates that you may churn out in your economy, is a good indicator of growth 5 to 10 to 15 years down the line, especially in emerging markets in less developed countries. And as you go up the income scale, the role of tertiary education, of graduate and postgraduate education, it increases dramatically. And latest research is focused on the fact that for countries on the boundary of global technology, their investments in tertiary education and in basic research, which is often public funded research, is very critical for ensuring their competitiveness and continually increasing productivity. And we have examples in Asia from China, Japan, South Korea, and of course we have examples from the West where this has been studied. Again, coming back to the role of the state, does it have one in innovation? The latest emphasis in the media, especially the social media, is on innovator billionaires and innovation and research in the private sector. But I would tend to believe what writers and economists like Mariana Mazzucato, she's at the London School of Economics, have documented. Her book on the entrepreneurial state, this was published in 2012, looks at the pivotal role of the government in funding and promoting basic research, which then leads to massive spin-offs in terms of productivity and further inventions. And one of the most cited examples in this case is the US government's Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency. For short, it's known as DARPA. It was set up in 1958 by the US government when the Russians had gone to space in the Sputnik and left the Americans a bit of a way behind. But since then, DARPA has funded and motivated research and development in practically any sphere of life that you can think of. In fact, The Economist magazine had a couple of years back, in their very typical way, said that DARPA is one of the creators of the modern world in terms of how they've funded very basic research, including the internet and global search engines, which all emanated from funding by DARPA. So if that be the role of the state, I can only imagine that in the Himalaya, where societies, of course, are very open, very welcoming of outsiders, but also these are economies which don't have a lot of money. And therefore, the role of the state in sponsoring research, especially basic research, I think is something which is going to be critical and is something which we in India have not so far been able to do very successfully for two reasons. One, because we have not developed a public strategy to focus on basic research. And that partly is because we have not been able to find the large quantity of funds, finances, and money needed for meaningful research. That said, the government of India has, of course, done a lot of successful research, funded it, especially in defense, in space sciences, in mathematics, in engineering, in material sciences, which Dr. Saxena talked about. But it hasn't really matured, so this maturity is something which we would need to happen if we want universities of excellence in the Himalaya and across India. Because if we look across the globe, and I had mentioned China, I was in China in 2015 at the sister campus of my alma mater, the University of Michigan. They have a campus in Shanghai. And the city of Shanghai has at least 10 US university campuses. All these campuses, I'm told, and I know for certain the Michigan campus, had no regulations in terms of the language in which they have to teach, in terms of their course material. They were free to teach in English or in Mandarin or in both. In fact, at the campus I went to, they were using both languages, but it was mainly in English, and the faculty was mostly US trained. The brief point is that the Chinese government had about 20 years ago allowed foreign universities on their soil with very light touch regulation. They did have some regulations on access to Chinese students and funding and scholarships for poor students, which I think is very good, very reasonable, and which I found that the universities there from across the globe understood very well and were, in fact, they had welcomed it because the Chinese government was giving them some funding to finance the students who needed Let me come to the other point, which again my predecessor mentioned and which comes up in a while in terms of a debate. And let me therefore state my little bit on which side of the debate on research and teaching I'm at. You would have guessed. I've been a researcher, and as a bureaucrat, I've had very little opportunity to do research myself, but huge opportunities to help others do research. So definitely I feel that in the Himalaya, where Himalayan societies and economies are today, research should get priority, but it's going to be very difficult to do cutting-edge global standard research. But that definitely has to be the target, the goal, the objective, which all of us should be looking at. Why do I say that? In my experience, research and teaching, they go together. It's like the Socratic dialogue. You address a problem, you come up with hopefully a new perspective. You think it's worth a research project. Research is one of the riskiest things you can do in your life. You plunge in. As you go along, you need help. And as a teacher or faculty, sometimes the best help comes from your students. You have just done some research, it's half-baked. But your students, they're your friends, and they're also your captive audience. So in your course, you present your half-baked results, and you have a frank discussion. And what you hear back from your students could give you another round of new perspectives, another round of pivoting, changing your research project. It's painful, it's not good for your ego, but I think it's one of the best ways to go. And a lot of students who, again, as Pradita mentioned, they end up at research universities when they should actually be looking for great teachers. A lot of them I've found, they enjoy and think of it as a life experience to be taught by a good researcher who may be a bad teacher. So young people have this amazing ability to get over hurdles. And this is one hurdle I found a lot of students at the best universities. They welcome it, they enjoy it. So I've never felt that a university needs to worry about its teaching if it's doing its research at a level. So again, that's my view on the debate, which is coming up. So let me wind up with what could be the immediate goals of all of us on this wonderful conference, especially the university administrators and leaders, and perhaps regulators and bureaucrats like me. 4 or 5 things we could do in the Himalayan context. One is obvious. We should try and invite the best to come here. And to do that, from the regulator's perspective, again, I think we need to assure them that academic autonomy, research autonomy is something which regulators here will assure them in the long run, because any investment in research or in a university or an institution is a very long-term investment. It could range from 10 years to 50 years. So on the flip side, what should we regulate? I would say only the fact that universities are transparent, that they communicate fully with students, and that they have a dispute redressal system. And this is something the government may want to do, just to assure students and also faculty that disputes, disagreements will be looked into and settled in a definite frame of time. Systems of accreditation. The global systems are great. They've worked in many countries, in many contexts. But then for the Himalaya, we may want to think of a very specific accreditation system, and which may give more weightage to some of the things I've pointed out. For example, access to local students and promoting research that impacts the local ecology of the Himalaya, which, given the imminence of climate change, if research were to be done on those issues, it would definitely have global relevance. The third proposal which I would put forth is to set up an international consortium of universities who have some interest in the region, in the Himalayas. And the fourth obvious thing is that connectivity matters, networks matter, clusters matter. For connectivity, we have some very good airports in the foothills of the Himalaya, right from Srinagar in the west to Kolkata and Guwahati in the east. All these structure is something which we should be looking at. And finally, I would say China matters. And the Himalayas could be the bridge between India and China. It's not always been a steady and fruitful relationship between the two countries. But I think there's lots of hope and there's lots of scope. Just yesterday, the Chinese Foreign Minister, Wang Yi, he and the Indian Foreign Minister, they met at Dushanbe at the Shanghai Cooperation Organization FM's conference. And this is what Mr. Wang Yi said after his meeting. He said, China and India pose no threat, but offer development opportunities to each other. The two countries are partners rather than rivals or enemies. So on that positive note, I'd like to end and hand it back to you. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your insights and sharing your experience both as a researcher and bureaucrat. I'm sure every institution in the region should follow your guidelines, and the questions you raised to regulators on accessibility, autonomy, and the role to strengthen empirical research are very apt. I hope that the issues and the pointers you gave would be addressed during the implementation of the new national education policy. Let's move on to our next session. It is time for the much awaited big higher education debate on the topic of global rankings, research versus learning and teaching. I invite Dr. Ashwin Fernandez to moderate the debate and introduce the speakers for and against the motion. Over to you, Ashwin.
Thank you again, Kumar, and welcome to the first debate for today, the big HE debate on a topic which is so dear to my heart, is global rankings, research versus learning and teaching. So what are we trying to do at this debate is to open up discussion. I mean, rankings have received so much prominence in the recent times, be it QS, be it Times Higher Education, be it Shanghai Jiaotong. All the rankings are used for various purposes in various universities, various states, various countries. Students are referring to these rankings to make career choices. Institutions are looking at it as a benchmark of how to progress and achieve a world-class status. And as well as we are having employers are looking at it on how do you recruit students, their candidates for jobs. So there is so much widespread use of global rankings today. And what we would like to do today is ignite some discussion and debate on what are these rankings meant to evaluate. All the global rankings today, or most of the rankings which I mentioned today, have a heavy emphasis on research. While there are proxies for teaching, like faculty-student ratio, etc., there is a lack of actually evaluating learning and teaching in global rankings today due to various challenges. So we would like to have that discussion, that debate, and see what to do our panelists feel them against each other. Is there a need, being a research-intensive university, would it make you less stronger in learning and teaching? Or if you were only focused on learning and teaching, would it make you less stronger in research? Or is there a hybrid of both of them? But we would like to see what is that. I mean, there are definitely rankings have a heavy emphasis on research, and the future, is it that it's going to be the same, or do you think there are metrics which people could use or global rankings could use on a global level to measure excellence? So with that, let me introduce the panelists. So I have two sides today. One is the side which is looking for the motion, which is for research. So for research, let me introduce Dr. Sunil Rai, Vice Chancellor at UPS. Welcome, Dr. Sunil, to this debate. And we would like to hear from you later on what's the point you're trying to make on why global ranking should continue to use research. Along with Dr. Sunil Rai, we have Professor B.R. Mehta, Emeritus Professor at IIT Delhi. Welcome, Dr. Mehta. And
hello.
Great to have you with us. So two senior academicians are going to be talking and debating on convincing everyone that research is here to stay. And on the other side, against the motion, we have for learning and teaching, Miss Sharmila Katre, the Director for Academic Development and Innovation at GUS, Global University Systems. Welcome, Ms. Sharmila, to this debate. Wonderful. And with Ms. Sharmila, we have Mr. Rahul Gupta, Senior Fellow, Harvard University from the US. Welcome, Mr. Rahul, to this debate. So we just lost Professor Mehta, but we will continue on and we'll wait for him to connect back. Maybe there's a connection problem. So how is this debate going to be done? I'm going to first open up the floor to Dr. Sunil Rai to make his opening statement for 5 minutes, 4 to 5 minutes on why research should stay. And then we're going to go to the other side of the panel to Ms. Sharmila to ask her why we should look at teaching and what the metrics perhaps global ranking should use. And is it important for us to start looking at teaching and learning? Or, Dr. Sunil Rai may make a point that research covers all the excellence areas. So we're going to be pitting you all against each other here. We'll come back to for research with Professor B.R. Mehta after that to make your 5-minute opening statement, and then go back to the other side of the panel to Mr. Rahul Gupta. So we'll have 20 minutes of opening statements. We'll see what our audience feels. We'll field some questions from there, and then we'll conclude on whether you think or anyone wants to change their minds on what they have come to the debate for. So with that, welcome everyone. I will not do any formal introductions of bios because I think that's not, you can always Google them. And I think on LinkedIn, we have everybody. So let's dive directly into this debate with Dr. Sunil Rai for your opening statement on why research is important in global rankings and should it stay. Over to you, Doctor.
Thank you, Ashwin. Of course, I present my views for the motion, which is research is important for global rankings. Why research? In my view, why research is because research, the first thing the research does is enhances curiosity. It is this curiosity which I think separates human beings from the rest of the beings created by the Almighty God. And it is this curiosity which has led to the scientific and cultural development of the mankind. And therefore, the first thing that research does is to enhance curiosity. The second aspect what research does to me is it enhances application. Now, many times people feel that research is by the researchers, for the researchers, as it actually pans out, in the kind of the way the research is understood in a little bit of a myopic sense. But I think if there was no research, the world wouldn't have reached where we have reached today. If there was no research, we wouldn't have found answers to this pandemic, and we continue to find these. So it's about application. To me, research is all about application for the betterment of mankind on this planet, and also extending this argument further is to even we can extend it to the galaxy. And research, of course, creates knowledge. It is this knowledge which is a binding thread of teaching, learning, which it should be. So to me, the why research is because of to enhance curiosity, to enhance application, and to enhance knowledge. And which is why I think most of the rankings they do, for example, QS attaches, of course, a lot of importance to, as any other framework of ranking, NAC almost 1/4 directly and a larger percentage indirectly, totaling up to almost about 40% weightage is given to the research, and which is one area where some of the Indian institutions are not measuring up well, and which is what should be done. Now, this, when I mentioned about the application, it is ultimately it is the research leads to discovery and finally to creation of knowledge leading to applications. And that is what has happened, and this is what at UPS in our research efforts, we have Center for Interdisciplinary Research, and we have taken a resolve that our research would mean we have to contribute to society here and now. Now this very important, the aspect is here and now. the research need not be always a breakthrough research. It need not be E is equal to mc square or finding out a new particle and so on and so forth. Research is all about collecting ideas and focusing all the energies to create a kind of application which will work for the mankind. So at UPS, our faculty have taken the resolve that we would indulge in, you may call it for classification, says application research. To me, I really don't distinguish between application research and fundamental research, because for any application research, there has to be a fundamental research about, at least the only thing is the context may be a little narrow. That boundary may be well defined when it is application research. So it is very, very important that the students are actually prepared. We prepare their mind that the research is basically with a purpose, and therefore you are to indulge your curiosity, your creativity in exploring what is not explored, and try to create those applications which will work for the mankind and for the planet. And in Himalayan region, of course, it gives us huge opportunity to actually work, create, do a lot of research in the areas of climatology, for example, seismology. We are in the fault zone in the Himalayas. The other opportunity which this region presents is about medicinal plants, the herbal plants which actually work in the for the mankind. So this may be about science and physics that I just mentioned, not to forget about spirituality. It is this research which was done in this region by our forefathers, saints and sages, which actually has shown the path to glory to the entire mankind. And I think time has come that we as human beings refocus and rethink about life itself. So it's not to go back to that age, but it is, even given this age, how do human beings live like better human beings on this planet? If at all something, I think this pandemic has actually thrown a lot of questions open as to society actually perhaps in this race of progress, economic progress, had actually kind of distracted to what I would call wasteful nature of things. I mean, measuring economic success with is in some way richness is directly proportional to your ability to waste. Is somehow that's how it emerges, and I think that is where this whole aspect of spirituality, sometimes this is connected to religion, which is not really the case. And finally about the health, this whole thing about Himalayas, this region, Uttarakhand and Himachal, we contribute to a sizable number of sizable portion of creating providing oxygen to the whole nation, for that matter. 23% of oxygen, I'm given to understand, is actually thanks to these green, clean Himalayan states. So what I'm trying to put together here is that research is the surest way to, is the barometer of your contributions. And therefore, research is extremely, extremely important. And I will put my vote that we continue to give a lot of importance to research in the rankings. And if you are doing research well, you will create knowledge, you will get into that curiosity, and obviously this whole mind of exploring the unexplored will actually make you think about new learning methods, new teaching methods about the subjects, and also making your students, actually they are bright minds, they are the better versions of all of us on the call, and therefore if encouraged to do research, I think these children will do wonders. So my vote 100% for high focus on research for all the rankings. Thank you, Ashwin.
Thank you so much, Dr. Sunil Rai, for those comments. A university which is great at research will make a great university at teaching. Now, you've definitely put these points forward very subtly, because without curiosity, and that's what we want to establish in students. So research definitely, as you have made a point, arouses curiosity, helps in application, and takes knowledge even further. Now, Ms. Sharmila, over to you on the other side. Would you like to challenge that? Do you think a university can be good, can still be great at teaching and learning without having research? And alone, do you think global ranking should look at teaching excellence? So over to you for your 5 minutes, please.
Thank you, Dr. Fernandez, and good afternoon to all fellow debaters, colleagues who are listening in on this, and the keynote speakers who addressed us a little while ago. In fact, one of the things that really touched my very soul this afternoon was listening to Ms. Fraser talk about her university in Edinburgh and how they are actually realigning their teaching and learning programs. And one of the things that she said was absolutely perfect. I mean, she said education and research both are about people. It's about society and it's about people. And essentially, this is something that I have discussed with colleagues ever since I started teaching. Now, to me, teaching and learning and research are two faces of the same coin in higher education. And yet, strangely, accrediting bodies give greater preference to research while determining the ranking of a learning institution. As someone who spent over 30 years teaching and empowering young minds, guiding and mentoring young research scholars, and teaching design research, I find it rather disturbing that research gets categorized as a better component in an institution of higher learning. The basis for this is possibly because the comparison between the two fields is really not valid. Research is actually, if I may call it, a product of teaching and learning. Teaching and learning nurtures knowledge, the quest for knowledge, whereas research enables you to use that for new knowledge. The bedrock of any institute of higher learning is the learner and his tutor. The reason why majority of learners come to these institutions is to learn and grow as individuals who imbibe of the college its value as a teaching learning institution first, the faculty, the learning experience, and the infrastructure. That is what they come to us for initially. Teaching and learning at the universities are not just about knowledge dissemination. For that matter, in its truest sense, teaching and learning has never been about that. The true practice of teaching is about knowledge sharing and knowledge transfer. But more importantly, it's about knowledge engagement. At institutions of higher education, essentially that is what we do. We engage with knowledge. Alumni often fondly recall their alma maters because of their composite learning journey, their classroom experiences, the faculty who taught them, and how and what they taught, and not the research that the institution does. More often than not, it's this word of mouth sharing of experiences that makes learners want to join the institution. To learn from teachers who can bring Shakespeare and Hardy to life, who can create the eureka moment of Archimedes, or the joy of discovering the states of matter and its immense possibilities, or apply the states Vitruvian man, and much more. Much of this later becomes the basis for future research. When universities reach out to the world as teaching institutions, the only quantifiable descriptor that they can define in teaching learning space, unfortunately, are teaching tools, open smart space classrooms, resources, facilities, and the variety and choices of programs. However, the pedagogy, the tutors that deliver and connect all of this rarely get frontline mention. Faculty at institutions of higher learning often get credit as researchers, but rarely as tutors. Yet, many of the graduates of these institutions remember them as teachers, not as researchers. Research is essentially quantifiable through numbers, impact factors, publications, patents, and various other means. And in a sense, it is noticeable and visible, and its outputs are in many ways unique. Teaching and learning, on the other hand, can only be qualified. Great classroom debates, fabulous case discussions, curious questions, amazing annotations of reference readings, and so on. Its output is visible and impactful over a period of time through its graduates and the long-term aftermath of their learning journey. Research may be a way of getting noticed as first amongst equals, but it definitely does not feature very high on the preference list of the learners who actually populate these institutions. Research may give an institution intellectual depth, but the academic width and variety and recall is because of its tutors and learners. This is for quantifiable. The need for quantifiable visibility is research-driven learning institutions is causing many learning centers to compromise on teacher quality and impacting the overall student experience. Not every research scholar may be a good tutor, but a good tutor can be a good researcher too. Therefore, I have always felt the primary focus of universities is and should be to fulfill the learning needs of its learners through development of its teaching quality and student engagement. In other words, knowledge transfer and knowledge exchange, and having accomplished that, then focus on the creation of new knowledge. Teaching and research are therefore complementary in the field of academics. However, giving one special preference over the other may not be the way to go. Research that happens at the cost of learning is not what academic institutions should be looking at, but more towards research that is a result of the outcome of classroom learning and discussion. And so, as I mentioned at the start, nurturing knowledge is a process towards creating new knowledge, and thus possibly teaching precedes research. Thank you.
Well said, Ms. Sharmila, and I think it was such a passionate statement which you have made, where research and teaching are different sides of the same coin, and teaching nurtures the quest for research, and research makes new knowledge possible. And definitely there is it is a known fact that global rankings today might not be able to measure, and it's not measurable in a true sense on what is real contribution of teaching in this whole process. So there is definitely, you have established a fact that there is credit due to teaching, and teaching is a starting point for research. But what does Professor Mehta feel? Professor Mehta, over to you. I would like you to deliberate on this. And you already, Dr. Sunil has made his opening comments. Ms. Sharmila has put a very passionate plea there on how teaching, how students are coming into institutions for teaching. They are the output which goes out, and for them, even though rankings are meant to provide these students with information, it doesn't have the right indicators perhaps, or the right ways to measure this teaching excellence. So over to you. Do you think it is required, not required? What are yours? 5 minutes statement there.
Thank you very much. So first, I would like to thank Dr. Sunil Ray and also Professor Sharmila Katre for setting the stage for this debate. And both of them have put their point very strongly and very nicely. Although I agree with the point made by Dr. Sharmila Katre, Professor Katre, that teaching and research are two sides of a coin. But I totally disagree with her that when we do research, it is at the cost of teaching and learning. That is what I would like to discuss. I am against like this discussion on the point that we are trying to separate teaching from learning. This is what I would like to, this is my point, and I would like to elaborate. First, I think in any debate, we must set the context of the debate. What is the context of the present debate? What are the universities which we are talking about, where we are discussing about teaching and research? I think from the national context, if we have to see, the government of India or MHRD always thinks some of the universities from India should be in the top 50 or top 100. Or in the context of maybe institute like UPS, I will say that we will be thinking about that UPS, for example, should be in the top 50 in ranking in India. Okay, so if we are thinking about that one institute from India should be the top in the top 100 in the global ranking, what are the institutes there in that group? We are talking about MIT and Stanford. If we are talking about the top 50 or top 100 institutes in India, we are in a group of institutes like IITs or R.I.S.Es. Okay, so that is the context. Our context is we are talking about institutes like Stanford and MIT. We are talking at a global level or national level. We are talking about institutes like IITs or Indian Institute of Science. Look at MIT. Of the 10,000 students admitted every year to MIT, 7,000 or 8,000 students are postgraduate students. Take the example of IIT Delhi, which I know very well. 10,000 students at IIT Delhi, 65% of students are postgraduate and PhD students. For example, IIT Delhi has around 5,000 PhD students at any point of time. So when we are talking about university system, what is the definition of a university? The definition of a university is an institute of highest level of learning where you can do research and you can get a degree. That's what a university is. So what I'm trying to say is that the university, the majority of the student population is postgraduate and research population. So when you're doing research, you are in fact training the students, you are teaching the students. In fact, at IIT Delhi, when I was Dean Research and Development, we started a program for BTech student, undergraduate student, which we termed as Discover and Learn. We used to fund them so that they should do a small project, not for doing, they will be doing research. And the purpose of that research will be that they will learn. That is very important. The second point I would like to make is, so the first point which I made is that we are talking about the universities at national level or at a global level, those universities with which we have to compete to improve our ranking are universities where research is a very important component, and the research and the PhD students and postgraduate students are in majority in these universities. The second point I would like to make is that it was said earlier that teaching at the cost of, research at the cost of learning, or research at the cost of teaching. I think we have a slightly wrong conception that somebody who does research, he is spending more time on research and hence he will not be able to do teaching. That's not correct. Research has a very important impact on teaching. For example, I give you my own personal example. I have 40 years of experience at IIT Delhi. I teach nanotechnology. So now if I go to a class and tell the students in the next class, I'm going to teach this topic on nanotechnology, what the students can do, they can go to the internet, get plenty of information, flood of information is available on the internet today. What is the value addition which the teacher is doing to the education? I will give them examples based on my own research. I'm teaching undergraduate students a quantum mechanics concept of electron tunneling. I will give them an example from my own laboratory where I take atomic pictures of atoms using this phenomena. So this is the way you can connect with the student. I think the value addition which this teacher does in present day when there's plenty of information available is giving examples from his own research experience. And as Dr. Sunil Ray also mentioned that research in a university, it's the interdisciplinary. University is not about one topic. University, interdisciplinary education and interdisciplinary research. That's what is important. University must have science, engineering, management, biology, social sciences, all the subjects, all the students should have a possibility of getting knowledge and getting learning from all the subjects of his own interest. So therefore, the university, in the university system where there is a possibility of interdisciplinary research, where the research has a major impact, makes a major impact on the teaching. The second thing I also would like to...
I have to stop you there because you're over your 5 minutes, Professor Mehta. So I'll come back to you for your closing remarks.
And you can, okay. Fine,
and then you can make that statement. So I think one fact is established with the three of our panelists from both sides, that teaching and learning are the same, are the different sides of the same coin. They are important. One fact, though, is that teaching and learning does not get the recognition in global rankings. And what I'm really wanting to take this forward to is, do global rankings need to have measures besides faculty-student ratio? Because faculty-student ratio is just a proxy for teaching quality. And for that, I would like to go over to Mr. Rahul Gupta for his thoughts on there is a fact that there are metrics for research which can be covered. What happens to those elements in teaching and learning, which Ms. Sharmila has as well mentioned? How do we look at that? And is it important to cover that? It is like the child which doesn't talk about the achievements, doesn't get the prize. So what do you think, Mr. Rahul Gupta, for your 5 minutes? And yeah, over to you.
Thank you, Ashwin. I'm going to take a cue from the tagline of Shuluni University, which says, "Think learning, think success." Learning is an invention as required by society from time to time. In the year 1636, society required higher education. I speak to you from Cambridge, Massachusetts, from Harvard University. I must say it is a research university, and I will be pitching for learning and teaching with some examples. So 400 years ago, there was a requirement for higher education. Harvard University invented the undergraduate, which is the first stage of education. 150 years later came in graduate and professional schools. So I do agree that from time to time, there has to be research and innovation. These are two sides of the same coin. But what I am going to emphasize, that there has to be weightage given to learning and teaching, and it should not get submerged in the looking at only research. Let me now move on to say, what is the purpose of a university? Purpose is very important. Purpose of the university is to serve society, and societal change demands innovation and dissemination of knowledge to young minds. It may be pertinent here for me to let you know what was the mission of, say, Harvard University 400 years ago. It said that our mission is to let every student be plainly instructed and earnestly pressed to consider well the main end of his life and studies, to know God and Jesus Christ, which is eternal life. A lot has changed in 400 years. The current mission is to educate the citizens and citizens leaders for our society, how they can best serve the world. So the point I am going to make is that this is the moment in history that requires bold action. The number of societal problems that are faced by humanity today requires a leadership force through learning and teaching that can make the world a little better, that can solve a world's pressing problem. I'm going to give you an example of how teaching and learning can be extremely powerful without taking away the importance of research, and for particularly a class on leadership, the politics of change. This goes across 14 weeks, twice a week. The professor comes into the classroom, says, and we are in Zoom land, says good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and does not speak a word after that. And learning and teaching is the byproduct of the participants in the class where you interact with each other and discuss matters. The rationale, as I said, at this particular moment in history lies in the intersection of three phenomena. Evolving universities around the world are concerned with their societal missions. There is a global problem agenda which requires cross-knowledge and leadership competencies and which can really come through learning and teaching. In the interest of time, I'm gonna pause here and I'll be happy to make some closing comments later.
Indeed. So all the panelists feel that, yes, teaching is important. We looked at the mission of Harvard as well, which is teaching. And of course, they have transformed themselves in so many years. In the Indian context, what we want to know is many of the institutions, besides IITs, are still young. The private institutions, which are really fueling the change and catering to colleges, which are catering to demand right now for the students, is employability. Every student coming into university has one purpose, is to go out in the world and get employable. So we have established the fact that both research and teaching are important. Unfortunately, measuring teaching on a global level has a challenge. I think none of the panelists have been able to substantiate on what is that global rankings could use to measure that when they're doing a ranking of 5,000 universities or 4,000 universities. So I would like to go back to everyone for their closing statements. Ms. Sharmila has a hand up. We'll go over to you, Ms. Sharmila, please, first. What would you like to say?
Well, Ashwin, you've been going on and on about evaluating teaching or evaluating, the quality of teaching in an institution. I don't think you can go to an institution and actually ask students, like, who's a good teacher and who's a bad teacher, because essentially what they're going through when they're engaging with knowledge or when they're working with a tutor is an experience that they're going through. I think the evaluation of what they have imbibed or learned actually comes out in retrospective. It's where the student is 5 years down the line. How often does the student actually refer back to what he learned in university? Okay, none of us remember a teacher when we are in school, but 5 years down out of school at university, we say, okay, X taught us Shakespeare this way. And now I understand as an undergraduate English literature student why I was taught Shakespeare the way I was taught, or why I did this experiment in my physics class with whatever, levers and things like that. I understand it now. So the measure of the teaching or the teaching experience that the student goes through is not something that you can put as a tick in the box. Okay. And this is an argument I have at the university very often when we actually take teaching feedback. Okay, it's almost like restaurants asking you, how was your food experience? How was your service experience? How was your drinks experience? I mean, on a good day when you're out with your boyfriend and you're really enjoying the meal, you'd say it's great. On a day you've had a fight with your husband and you're sitting in a restaurant and eating the same meal, it's awful. All right. So essentially what I'm trying to say is maybe the accreditation or ranking could actually look at the length of the teaching experience tutors have at that university, the level of undergraduates who've a questionnaire on the undergraduates graduates who've come out of the university and how they're doing in life. And because when a tutor is teaching in class, he's not just teaching the subject, he's teaching a lot of other things along with the subject. He's teaching how to engage, he's teaching how to deal with the situation, he's teaching a student how to answer, how to debate, and it makes all the difference in the world. And that's the reason why very often we go out into life and emulate our teacher, or we argue like them, or we speak like them. So essentially, I almost feel like it's almost like you're trying to accredit a pilot for the kind of flight experience he's given you in bad weather or good weather. right?
Fantastic point. Fantastic point. I really like that, and I think that's where that's what I was trying to get at. What is that measure we could use? And as you said, evaluating you and looking at the output, the undergraduates, perhaps after some years, seeing where they are and what success they've had, and their experience would be a vital point in adding the teaching component in there. So, great point there. I will go over. I have Professor Mehta there. I have a minute for you because we have another session, another debate after this. So over to you, Professor Mehta. You're muted, sir.
What I want to add is that we are all the time discussing about how should we evaluate. So we don't have to evaluate teaching, as in fact pointed out by Professor Sharmila Katre, that you don't have to evaluate teaching. You have to evaluate the complete learning experience of what the university provides. And what I was trying to say was that the research is an important part of that in a university. In a university, research is important. It's not, so we need not separate research from teaching and teaching from research. It is the complete overall learning, teaching, research ecosystem. That's what university is, and that's what has to be evaluated. And in the many ranking systems, I think there's of course, QS does not do, but many others do, where it is the perception of the peers, is the perception of the employers, it is a perception maybe of the students also can be taken after, as was mentioned, that maybe after 10 years or after 15 years, what do they think about teaching in a university, or what do they think about the university? So whenever we are talking about, see, you have a bucket full of water. That water is the research, teaching, and learning ecosystem. You take a glass out of it, you will get, it's an overall picture you are getting. So you don't have to evaluate them separately. We are, whatever evaluation parameters are there, they are evaluating the overall picture. And in the overall picture, there's a research, there's a teaching, there's a classroom teaching. In fact, the teaching systems which we do mostly in the university is not evaluating the teaching of a university. You evaluate a teacher, maybe in a very limited sense. When we talk about the teaching in a university, that is a much bigger thing. What is the teaching? And when you're talking about teaching, what the teaching experience of the students in the university, that is much more than the classroom teaching. That's what I would like to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Professor Mehta. You have, I think, Ms. Sharmila's comments have kind of won you over there. So I will give that to both of you all. Final 1 minute each for Dr. Sunil Rai and Mr. Rahul. Over to Dr. Sunil first, and then over to Mr. Rahul, please.
Thank you, Ashwin. All of us agreed. Teaching and research are the two sides of the same coin. The point that was being made is, so how do you measure that learning has happened or teaching has happened in that university? The direct measure is the contributions made by the alumni, contributions made by the faculty, contributions made by the university to create that knowledge, that questioning mind. So you talk of Stanford, we talk of in India, of course, one of the first one which entered these world rankings with respect, all of us know, was Indian Institute of Science. And it did it because it was Indian Institute of Science from where the alumni and the faculty have been able to create a supercomputer which was half as costly and twice as efficient as the Cray 2 at that point of time. So what is important is the research, is why this research I'm proposing that has to be given. I mean, as a teacher, I'm supposed to teach, no great shakes. As Sharmila was saying, go to the restaurant, you are evaluating well. It's my job to teach, I am to teach. And students to learn, they are to learn. But it is the contributions that you make, that questioning mind, which is where research becomes important. We all know about that thirsty crow. The thirsty crow at that point of time, as our teachers taught us, was putting the pebbles in the pot to bring the water up. The youngsters today say that why did the hell did he go and get so many pebbles? Get a straw and put it in and then quench your thirst. Somebody would say, why they did not just turn the pot to one particular side? This is what is being made. In this VUCA world, we need to inculcate that spirit of research amongst faculty and then in students, so that they create a better world for all of us, for themselves. And therefore research, my vote again is that teaching, of course, yes, learning, that's what is our job. But if it is done after research, if each faculty does research and then teaches, they will be able to communicate, they will be able to transfer better knowledge, better curiosity among students, which will make this world a better place. Thank you, Ashwin.
Thank you so much, Dr. Sunil Rai. I think great. All of the panelists seem to be on the same page there, where we kind of had at the end of the debate, agreeing that we should have equal importance. So the last comment from Mr. Rahul Gupta, please. Your
Yes,
closing remarks.
thank you. So we are talking about research and teaching. I have referred to another dimension, which is really the societal challenges. So I would say there are three important elements of a great university: teaching, research, and public service. And I'm going to make a quote from the Ford Foundation, which talks about research and teaching. They have said, identifying and researching new competencies and knowledge helps build a field of practice. The reverse is also true. Building a field of practice helps develop and disseminate new competencies and knowledge. The limited point here is that while these are two sides of the same coin, learning and teaching ought to be given adequate importance. And the final point I will do is underline my colleague, Professor Khatre's comments, that we should not miss out the most key element, which is people. They are the bedrock of our society. These are young minds that need to be cultivated towards public services, making the world a little better, solving the world's pressing problem. And these are the people at the undergraduate level, impressionable young minds that can be molded through learning and teaching. I will rest my case here. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I think this has been my first debate in a while where all the panelists have agree on a common ground now, kind of hearing all the points here and there. So definitely teaching and learning and research is important. There is definitely a lack of indicators. How we could use alumni would be a good point. And I think public service. Now, we have a topic for the next debate is how do we measure, is it something which every university should be looking at? The third mission of the university, the public service, the community service. So with that, I would like to thank my great panelists who have been such a support for this discussion. Dr. Sunil Rai, Ms. Sharmila Khatre, Professor B.R. Mehta, and Mr. Rahul Gupta. Thank you so much. And my request to you all is to allow the next panel to start. You can leave the studio and join us for the remaining sessions on the virtual platform, please. Thank you so much. And with this, I bid you a good evening. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Ashwin. Great coordinating.
Bye.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Ashwin, for those wonderful and engaging debate sessions. I also thank all the debate speakers for sharing their valuable insights with us. Before we move on to the next debate session, there is a short video which will be played for the audience.
Higher education in a country sets the tone for its socio-economic growth, a powerful means to take a country into the mainstream of globalization. Indian higher education system is one of the largest education systems in the world. This expansive landscape and the myriad options leave the students wondering. An informed choice in such a diverse dynamic ecosystem demands a careful understanding of educational institutions. Rating colleges and universities has turned out to be a need for all the internal and external stakeholders of the education sector. The students, parents, employers, researchers, governments, and all others associated primarily perceive an institution's performance based on its ranking and rating. QS IGAUGE, a brand incorporated in India as an independent private sector enterprise, specializes in rating higher education institutions in India. The brand brings together global expertise, experience, and reputation of UK-based Quacquarelli Simons, QS that focuses on higher education rating and assessment. QS iGauge rating is customized for higher education institutions in India. The rating provides a unique 360-degree perspective of Indian institutions of higher learning. The rating methodology includes 7 primary criteria and 5 secondary criteria. The same team that produces the authoritative QS World University rankings and related regional and subject rankings, as well as the globally recognized QS Stars University rating system, closely supervises the processes of QS iGauge. Close supervision by QS Intelligence Unit in London ensures independence, quality, and integrity of the ratings and a global recognition to the institutions. Incorporated in 2018, QS iGauge has till now rated and partnered reputed colleges and universities in India. For building the brand image as a tool to improve an institution's organization and management, as a basis for making important decisions, or for influencing partnerships and collaborations. College and university ratings are a great way to position a brand and help communities make informed decisions. QS iGauge, India's first nationwide higher education rating system, is here to deliver credible ratings with its dedicated efforts.
Thank you very much for that insightful video. For our next higher education debate, which is on future of higher education, virtual versus face-to-face, I invite Dr. Hemant Sahal, founder, CEO, Corpol. He is also FICCI's EdTech Task Force member and CRISIL Young Thought Leader. I request Mr. Hemant Sahal to moderate the debate and introduce the speaker for or against the motion. Over to you.
Yeah, thanks, Kumar. Pleasure to be here. Thanks for QS for organizing this session. It's a very, very interesting topic, something very close to me, and I've been thinking a lot about this topic, about what's the future of education like with the disruption technology or the kind of savior technology has shown up. With this, I think I'll start the session with some of the remarks, which is, Mark Andreessen shared, a long time back, which is software eating the world, right? And today, with wallets are getting lighter, the cameras are almost extinct in our personal lives, and greeting cards, postcards are almost gone, right? So is it time for education? And I think that's what we're going to talk today. And we have a very interesting set of people which would be talking for and against this topic. So with that, with great pleasure, I would like to introduce the panelists for today's discussion. We have Ashish with us from R.I.S.E and Sholini University.
Hi.
Ashish, good to see you. Welcome.
Same here, Hemant. How are you today?
I'm doing very well. We also have Professor Vora joining us. Welcome, Professor Vora, to the discussion.
Hi.
Hi. We also have Professor Agarwal with us, joining in from Florida International University.
Hello.
Welcome, Professor Agarwal. And we have Mr. Sanjeev Mehta joining us. Hi, Sanjeev. Yeah, great. All right, so we have a full house. Welcome again to everyone. So what we're going to do is, we all are aware of the topic. We're going to be talking about, does the future of education look completely digital, or we are going to go back to the same, the world of physical campuses, students going and studying in campuses. So my one request to everybody is, please don't try to be diplomatic. Let's put our opinions out, what we really think. And one of my favorite quotes is from Fuller, where he talks about that you can't really create new world by just trying to change what exists. If you want to change, you got to create something new which makes what exists obsolete. And I think there is a huge undercurrent, and somebody who comes from work, from being a founder of an edtech company which works with universities and institutions. I'm at the cusp of both the worlds, right? The technology as well as the physical world. So with that, I'm going to try to be as neutral as I can. I'll, however tempted I may be to share my opinions. With that, Ashish, over to you. There's a lot of technology interventions and new innovations that you brought it out, and a lot of experimentation and new things that you are also bringing in at Schulen University. So we'll start with you. What are your thoughts on the future of education?
So thank you, Hemant, and good afternoon to today's audience. I think definitely there are points to be made in favor of a face-to-face teaching environment, but I leave that to those points to Dr. Arvind and Dr. Niharika. What I will present is a different perspective based on the concept that virtual learning can provide basically all the benefits of face-to-face and then much more in addition. That is what I would like to present. I believe that online learning gives us a unique advantage. I also believe that it is our duty as teachers and educationists to make full use of this advantage. Now, what I'll do is I'll run through 5 key points that highlight the huge change that this new way of teaching brings to our classrooms. So the first point is it can democratize access to the best teachers. And so I'll give you this example of a course on creativity and innovation at Schulen University. Teachers and speakers at this course included Ashu, who's the best-selling author on the subject from Dubai, and guest speakers Doug Douglas, a leading design thinking guru from the US, Anish Pradhan, a music thinker from Mumbai, Vijay Kanan, a scientist and flutist from Germany, and Anjali Bansal, a professional and artist based in London. So the power of e-learning and virtual learning now gives us the ability to bring leading experts from across the world into the classroom for them to come in to teach and to motivate our students. And coming back to this course, no wonder such a course resulted in, say, 3 patent applications by different teams of students. And the point I want to make is that we can bring to our classroom teachers from any part of the world, and this is a value add that is only possible now. Secondly, it is the ability to really know your students in genuine depth. Now, for example, using our learnings platform at universities, we can capture every nuance about a student, right from basics like marks, attendance to details, then time spent in interactions, quality of interactions, even emotions shown during interactions in the class, response to in-class polls and quizzes. And based on all these, again, using AI, we have created different segments, such as toppers, or keen learners, or strugglers, or likely dropouts, and then take consistent actions to move students up the value chain across these segments. So the point is, and a Harvard professor said this, that we can understand more in a month about a student using technology than the best teacher can over a 4-year period. The third point I'd like to make is the ability to adapt to different learning styles of our students. Now, we all know different students learn differently. But now what we can have is we can have some students learning more from reading materials, some from video classes and explanations for some, breakout rooms with experience-based learning for some, and discussion boards for some. Now, in a traditional classroom, these would be very difficult, if not impossible, to provide at scale and simultaneously. The fourth point I'd like to point out is that it's now even easier to develop extracurricular skills and communication skills using virtual technologies. So with online learning, we actually have new tools coming up to the fore to develop other extracurricular skills. There are virtual tools such as Sikandar.ai to give students an avenue to substantially improve their communication skills by using an online AI-based coach, or even to write their first poem by getting inspired by versebyverse.com, which, by the way, is a Google offering. So my last point is, imagine a new kind of university. Students go to this university as they did in the past, and they meet their friends, they get live interactions from the teachers. At the same point, they are free to learn any subject they want to at any time of the day through virtual learning, and they can get access to and choose to attend the class of any teacher, maybe across 1,000 teachers on a particular day on a particular topic. And this way they actually learn in the way they like. They can listen, or they can watch, or they can read, or they can do an experiment, or they can participate in a debate or a discussion. And not only that, then they can actually take an exam or maybe submit a thesis whenever they feel they are ready. And this also frees their professor to be a genuine guide, to spend advising them and inspiring the student on how to achieve his or her short or long-term goals. So in the end, I would like to add that we all know teaching is so crucial to our future that it is our duty to make sure we take the best way forward and that we adopt every advantage we get. My submission that is not about winning debates or polls, but to provide a student the best possible education. And I believe this is only by blending in what we already know on face-to-face, and also by effectively leveraging virtual learning in the overall higher education experience.
Great. Thanks, Ashish. I think you made some very valid points around democratization that comes in with technology, the personalization, the analytics that you get, and the empowerment of the teachers, right? So great. And I'll quickly, I think I'll deviate a bit from what the agenda was, and I'm going to quickly go to Professor Agarwal and would request him to specifically talk about what are the areas you see physical education or physical learning environment being able to actually have advantages over an online. We know what are some, I think Ashish beautifully mentioned some of the real advantages of technology. What do you think is lacking in the online environments? What do you think a physical learning environment has got far better or greater of which an online education environment doesn't have?
Thank you, Hemant. And, probably I would say good morning because it's 6:30 a.m. in Miami. And thank you for inviting and having this wonderful session. And when I logged in, I was in the last debates. I attended last few minutes where this debate was on teaching versus research and how it is quantified. And this kind of segues into your comment. And last 18 months have taught us definitely the value of how we can communicate and teach online. But in a true university, if I look at the topic of the debate, it says the future of higher education. Research and teaching are integral part. And where online, I'm not saying cannot do in future. Being a scientist, I never say never. But at this point of time, online is not ready to do research in labs where you need physical infrastructure. In last 18 months, and I want to give you a context. So in Florida, where we are the fourth largest university, 58,000 students, and in mechanical engineering, I have 1,000 students. So of course, the level of teaching, which all of a sudden in 2 days, everybody had to go from face-to-face to online. And the challenges which we faced were tremendous. Now, even prior to pandemic, so I would like to divide it into an academic side of it and the societal side of it. So on the academic side of it, we did see that research is almost impossible. Students suffer. They just cannot go to labs. Even we had online classes prior to pandemic. Those students also complained that we want hands-on experience in the labs. While undergraduate student to an extent can be done in online teaching, but it's challenging to do graduate education where you have a master's and PhDs. That's very, very difficult. The system is not built up yet. The other challenge we saw is academic misconduct. That's been continuously increasing, even though, there's a very famous honor lock, which we kind of hired them to conduct and proctor the exams. But students are smarter than honor lock, and they figure out. And Hemant, as you mentioned, I'm not being diplomatic. I'm naming. So it's not very effective, and probably the kind of complaints in last 18 months, which as a chair I received from students about cheating and all from faculty, were not so much, which were in prior to pandemic. The quality of online teaching, right? I do have concerns. Of course, teachers always come, and we remember right from our childhood and even university days, there are good teachers and there are bad teachers. Right? This is just simple. And honestly, especially in the field of STEM, science, technology, nobody is ever taught how to teach. We go through the motions of doing our PhDs and research, but nobody ever taught us how to teach. We learn on the job. Or I think online teaching is an art, and also it requires a lot of visual aid. What I hear, at least in the Indian context, students are in IIT, some professors, and they told me that they kind of record lectures and leave students them to read or at their own time. When they are recorded lectures, not every student is going to have excellent time management, self-motivated. It requires a lot of effort on this time, especially at the undergraduate level when they have more distractions, to spend time into the online teaching. Now let's look at the human aspect or more a societal aspect. Let's move away from the academic aspect of it. Did anybody of us thought 18 months ago that we will be yearning to go for a cup of coffee with our colleagues? That's what happened. We are social animals. We like to be among people. And so are our students. Already our current generation of students is, social media savvy. They're all the time on screen. I mean, would you want to be they're more comfortable with the hidden face and make comments. But when they come to classroom, they really lack confidence. They lack social skills. They do not understand the group dynamics. When you're in a team, how does the team work? Now, having said that, I'm not saying online is not bad. It is great, but it has its own limitations. The last point I want to make is, of course, that varies from society to society. It has plus, minus. Online, let's say we take a house. We have 3 kids. The house is small. How are 3 kids going to take classes at the same time? Do they have access to high-speed devices and internet? I mean, we saw these challenges even in Miami. They are economically disadvantaged, and we had to loan laptops during that period. So these are some real challenges. What about the student with disability in learning, right? They require time with face-to-face and more. As a professor, I sit with them, spend extra time. That was the biggest challenge we had, how to help students who have learning disability. So at that, I guess the last point I want to make is, if you look at QS, this is being organized by QS, right? And this is why previous debate comes into picture. Yes, teaching is difficult to quantify. Research is easy to quantify. And that's why most of the rankings are kind of biased or tilted towards research. I completely understand that. And research, unfortunately, cannot be done online. Very limited research work can be done online. Most of the research you have to be in lab. Even social scientists, when they need to connect the data, okay, effect of such and such drug on such and such ethnicity, I mean, they need to go in field, right? I mean, they need to go in field. You just can't collect the data online. So with having said that, I love online. I taught last 18 months online, but online has its own challenges, and it has a long way to go before, if we say face-to-face is no more important, but probably a hybrid model with some percentage of online is the best model going forward, and that's what this pandemic has taught us. With that, I'll close, and Hemant, over to you.
Yeah, thanks, Professor Agrawal. I think some very valid points around how research can't really be done online, or even in the teaching processes, especially when there are labs involved, workshops involved. It's very difficult. You can't really mimic those environments in an online, and also the academic misconduct and all. So I'll quickly, in the interest of time, quickly go to Mr. Mehta, and would ask him, how does he see things post-pandemic? Are we going back to be the normal conditions? And this is, again, I'll request, if you could really, the hybrid is the option. I think I still feel the future is going to be very different. We're just trying to have peace with ourselves, saying, okay, yeah, we can have some online, some, physical. either it's going to be like we're going to go back completely and things are going to be as usual, right? Or things are going to be drastically different going forward. And I'm talking about at least next a few years, right? So over to you, Mr. Mehta.
So thank you, Hemant. And so my challenge is that since I'm the third speaker, all my points on the cheat sheet have been taken by Dr. Arvind and Ashish. I have nothing less to speak. At the same time, let me make an attempt. I think, first of all, I disagree with the topic, the title of the discussion. Right? Is actually no longer a discussion online versus physical, right? We have to accept the reality. Phygital is the way to go. Now, only thing we discuss is it going to be 60-40, 80-20, 70-30, or what? Right? So I think we should put a stop to these kind of topics once for all. That's first correction I would like to suggest, right? Why do I say that? Look, if you look at any economy globally for the last 50-40 years, one of the biggest investments any economy makes is in education, right? That's the fundamental of growth of an economy, which means knowledge is critical, right? With the massification and globalization and commoditization knowledge, I would agree with Arvind that certain part of the knowledge dissemination shall be taken over by online, and that's I think it's a blessing in disguise that really releases the bandwidth for the teachers to go to the higher level of cognitive knowledge dissemination. But I disagree with him is that possibly research is an area which shall continue to remain at the domain of human beings. I would disagree on that. We know that technology in laboratories still play a very, very huge field. Even this development of COVID solutions, we have seen that technology has made sure that the research component, the tenure was decreased. So anyway, I will not get into that. There's a different time, a different discussion. I strongly believe, first of all, you asked me to be candid. I'm not for or against. I'm only in terms of mixture. Let's look at one aspect, and I think we have to look at basically what are the key components of a technology. Technology gives us scalability. Technology gives us accuracy. Technology gives us storage part. There are few components of technology which all of us know. That is the only way. That is the only way the massification and commoditization of knowledge is going to happen, right? And it cannot be done by human beings, right? We at IBM, I can tell you, we are probably the world's largest company in e-learning, in-house e-learning. We used to have billions of dollars of investment of e-learning. We have not compromised on the concept of internal L&D, right? At the same time, we save about $300 to $400 million every year, and yet ensure how online learning can be as effective as a face-to-face learning. At the same time, it does not mean that you do not have face-to-face interactions, right? So first point I would say is that, yes, it is going to be a world of 60-70, 80-20. Now you talked about pandemic. Now these are disaster situations, right? These are survival situations. If you think that this will continue, I can also tell you the world is feeling that what did this last 18 months teach us? Last 18 months taught us somehow we had to continue. Okay, but did it allow us to give that quality of teaching? No. That can only happen when there is going to be a face-to-face social interaction, which is going to be there. So that's my 2 cents on that. I do not know whether being specific to your questions. If you can have a follow-up question on that, I'll be happy to answer.
Absolutely. I'm going to come back with more questions, but I'm going to go to Professor Vora and ask her, that there is so much more to learning than what we are doing on Zoom classes right now. When students come in a physical campus, they meet each other. There is a larger learning about life that happens when they form bonds, or there are projects, there are events, there are seminars, so many other things, right? So apart from the opening remarks that you would also want you to cover that part. Do you really think an online environment would ever be able to bring in that level of magic which happens in a physical environment when people come together?
Thank you, Hemant, and thank you, panel, for bringing in some very interesting points. I, of course, have been a teacher for the last, have been teaching for the last 25 plus years, and always did the traditional way of face-to-face. And for the last 5 years or so, there has been a greater move to the online system. And of course, the pandemic just made it more stark for all of us. I personally think, and of course, I am also with the panel, members of the panel who say that hybrid is really important, and I think hybrid is the way that we will possibly go as we go along. Yet, I will definitely argue for the fact that if we are to understand what learning is about, especially for the younger people. I'm not talking about senior people who are already working in organizations. I'm not talking about people who have already passed out and got their first degrees or second degrees and are now wanting to do continuous learning. For that, that's a different story. And I think online is the way to go for that. But in the context of more first degree learning, and I'm not even talking about school learning at this point of time, I'm really talking about college, higher education, first degree. I think there are certain things that you learn when you come into a classroom, which includes things like questions that the other person asks. The fact that you simply observe somebody very nicely fielding a question from somebody. You see certain kind of behavior. You learn accountability. You are held accountable for what you are supposed to do, which can also be done online. But I think there is greater possibility of holding somebody accountable for what is being told, what is being said, what is being done in a face-to-face environment. And I think these are all really powerful learning tools. So learning is not just the subject that you learn, but you learn everything else around it, which is somehow much poorer. I'm not saying it is absent, but it is much poorer, more difficult to simulate, more difficult to bring into an online environment. So whatever the learning that we have all possibly got from observing a very interesting conversation that happened between a faculty and a student, between two students, how somebody handled a very difficult situation. For example, once I was teaching in a class and I had somehow a cat came into the room and started rubbing itself against my legs, and I'm mortally scared of cats. And the fact is, you're in a class, you can't simply jump up like I would do in a home, but you are scared. There is a whole emotional aspect that I'm sure every student learned in how I possibly held that situation at that point of time, something that you can never possibly see in a Zoom class or something like that. I think for a faculty as well, a lot of the feedback goes missing in an online environment. So when you're teaching, a lot of how what you teach and what you say and how you behave is the feedback that you get right in front of you. It is possibly one of the most difficult jobs for that reason, because the feedback is never hidden. It's not postponed, it's right there. And you end up responding to the feedback in real time. And somehow in the online environment, that feedback simply goes missing. That quantum of feedback goes missing. I think the last thing I would say is that, and we can continue to talk about it, and I'm not wanting to sound like I don't believe in online. I think there's a lot of interesting stuff that online is able to do. And I think we must make a conscious effort not to lose it once the pandemic goes. But I think the fact remains that we speak only, and there's enough research to show that maybe only 5 to 10% of our communication is through words. There's a whole lot that is through the body language, through the various aspects of how you are and how you handle, which completely goes missing. I could be there are so many things that I can hide when I'm just sitting and talking, as compared to when I'm in front of a class and I'm dealing with various things. I have even found, very interestingly, and I'm not trying to blame anybody, I think the whole idea of academic misconduct is not something that you only find among students. Even when I have been interviewing faculty over Zoom, I have found that when I've asked a difficult question, suddenly the network goes bad, or the person starts reading from the Google, from the screen, and so that is academic misconduct as well in that sense. So I think there is a lot of certain irresponsible behavior that is also becoming part of our academic world, because of being completely not being visible to each other. So that's where I will stop, and happy to have more conversation on this as we go along.
Yeah, thanks, Professor Gora, for the, I think, very, very valid points about the environment, the consciousness that a learner and a teacher has when they are in a physical environment versus an online environment. So I think we have got about 10 minutes or less than 10 minutes left in the conversation. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to have one question each to all the four, and I'll request you to answer it in less than a minute, so that we can have then maybe a minute of closing remarks from each one of you. So I'm going to start with you, Mr. Mehta. You talked about it's going to be 60-40, 80-20, or some ratio like this, right? I would want you to specify which parts do you think are going to be online, which parts are going to be in a physical environment. And like I said, request if we can do it in less than a minute.
I think I'll take half a minute. I think the application part of the knowledge shall be in the classroom. Okay. The consumption of content part shall be on the online. I think I've saved you about 50 seconds.
Hey, great, thanks so much. I'm going to quickly go to Professor Agarwal. Do you think, the physical universities and institutions are just in a denial mode, not ready to accept what's going to happen in the future? And as Professor Clayton Christensen often says, that when disruptive innovations come, they just keep happening over a slow rate of time, and suddenly there is a disruption, right? Do you think, we are just, over amplifying what has happened with the COVID technology, or do you think we are just in a denial mode and the world is going to be very different in the higher education going forward?
As Sanjeev also said, the answer often lies somewhere in middle. So yes, the answer would be, I would say, yes, it would be unit specific. Now, what I mean by unit specific, there would be certain kind of teaching, certain kind of departments, certain kind of programs, which probably will translate more onto online, whereas others would not. And so, yes, if universities, not as a whole, should not be, they are not in denial, but certain programs are in denial, where the content is more consumption, that can be moved online.
But then a quick top-up question on that. But do you think then we really need such large universities at a single place? Don't you think there will be, like they will see smaller units across, distributed corporates and other edtechs of the world coming in, and going to be a very different world?
So Hemant, there's a tons of money being invested. Here's the economy comes into picture. There's so much real estate. There's so much real estate in the universities. There's so much and that's not going to go away in near future.
Okay, I'll go quickly to Ashish, and I have some thoughts but like I said, being a moderator, I'm going to hold myself. Ashish, a question to you. I think Mr. Mehta spoke about content and consumption. Do you think we're looking at a future where content is not going to be connected to universities anymore? Whatever is the best content available, students are going to consume from there. So the universities will have to focus more on bringing in value around the application, the collaborations, the in-campus activities, so that they can differentiate, because the content is going to get accessible to everybody, right? And how do you see that happening going forward?
That's a nice insight, Hemant. Thanks for putting it in. And I did mention it during my brief talk, is that I would say that content can come from anywhere, right? And I can see thousands of teachers across the world being accessible to a student, and that's the content that he can access. This teacher, on the other hand, is like the guru of old, and he's the person who guides, advises, motivates, and inspires the student at the same point of time. So that's the way I can see that shift. I can hopefully see even when social distancing ends. And the other point I'd like to highlight is that and both Arvind and Dr. Niharika highlighted that, is that, there is a need to learn how to teach with online, right? And that, we have 5,000, maybe 10,000 years of knowing how to teach face to face. Suddenly everybody's had to teach online, so there are gaps, and a year and a half of learning maybe is not enough. So it'll take a bit of time, but definitely we'll climb that ladder. And just to answer, for example, technology is already looking at these things. So if the network goes bad, Dr. Niharika, or somebody is reading from, say, Google, technology can actually ping you on that, to give you an example. So they say necessity is the mother of invention, and invention is actually coming our way. Thank you.
Sure. Great. Thanks so much, Ashish. And my final question to Professor Vora is, what's kind of a new set of skills do you see the professors of the future will need to have? Because clearly, like we're saying, the knowledge of the subject is no more going to be the most important thing, because the content is going to be available. So it's going to be maybe the ability to communicate, motivate students, facilitate discussions. What are those things that you see will be what were maybe not that important earlier, but in a world which is hybrid or technology, savvy? What are the skills that you see the teachers or professors need to have?
So I think the obviously agility and resilience are going to become really important. But more than that, I think my ability to, as a professor, to be able to say, it's not my knowledge that is a differentiator, but it is my ability to relate to the knowledge. That is, where does this knowledge come into effect and how does it really come to life is much more important. So I can read anything, but when somebody tells me how it made sense to them, I somehow relate to it better. So the best content is not just going to be the hero. I think the content plus the professor's ability to make the content come to life is what is going to make it different. And I think as of yet, we have continued to remain in the domain of, I know a little more than you. Because I just had more books than you did, but now all of that is democratized. So I think it becomes even more important for a professor to be able to say why this content is important, what is so great about this, or what is so interesting about the whatever we're learning. So I often say this, that at the end of the day, the context is the king or the queen, and it is the professor who is going to make it at that point in time.
Thanks so much. I know we were just getting started, but we've got limited time at hand, and that's the pleasure of being in a physical environment, that we could have all gone for a coffee together and continued this discussion of the session. But in this world of online, we can't. But thank you so much, everyone, for joining in. And thanks for QS again for organizing this session. So much, I think, to take away. So much more I still have in my mind that we could have actually discussed more. But thanks again to everybody.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Good moderation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hemant, for conducting such a insightful debate. I also thank all the debate speakers for sharing their valuable thoughts with us. Before the break, we have two presentations from my colleagues. One is from Mr. Sachin. So Sachin is going to speak on measuring institutional quality and excellence to QS IGAUGE. I invite Mr. colleague, Mr. Sachin Kumar, Associate Director, Client Relations, QS IGAUGE. Over to you, Sachin.
Thank you, Kumar. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to this session, Measuring Institutional Quality and Excellence through QS IGAUGE rating. So QS IGAUGE is a very comprehensive rating system that we have in the country, and we are helping hundreds of institutions in understanding and quantifying their systems and processes and their strengths and weaknesses. So let me share my screen, and I'll quickly take you through a brief presentation on QS IGAUGE rating and all other aspects which are related to it. Let me just share my screen. So hope my screen is visible to you.
It is, Sachin, it is.
Okay. So QS iGauge rating is actually India's first nationwide and private nationwide higher education rating system that we have in the country. This is the mission of QS. So regardless of which product or solution that we are offering, we always go by this, and the basic objective is to provide independent and credible information to students so that they can make the right choices and intelligent choices about their future and prospective institutions of higher education. So our mission is to enable motivated people around the world to fulfill their potential by fostering international mobility, educational achievement, and career development. Those who are not aware of the organization, we have been there for last 31 years. The first project that was started by the founders was to publish a top MBA career guide. The organization was founded by Mr. Nunzio Quacquarelli, and that is where the Q of QS comes from. Now we publish extremely popular and respected QS World University rankings. Then we have lots of regional rankings like rankings for Asia region, rankings for Arab region, emerging Europe and Central Asia, and Latin America, and so. Other than rankings, we are also into the ratings of the institutions, be it the universities and colleges. And the flagship product of QS is QS Stars that we started doing 10 years back, and we have thousands of universities from across the world which have been rated under that. And then the QS iGauge rating, which is curated, customized to suit the requirement of Indian higher education system. So in this presentation, we'll talk about QS iGauge rating. Why do you need evaluation for higher education in India? I think since we are listening it since morning on the research part, on the online and the physical education part as well, we also understand that India has the largest higher education system in the world. We have more than 40,000 colleges, more than 1,000 universities in the country, and there are lots of institutions which are trying to achieve the global benchmark. So as we learned during the first debate about the rankings, whether it should be research or the teaching and learning, but all the panelists eventually agreed that rankings in some way may help, though we may have different views when it comes to the parameters or the way rankings are being done. So our objective is basically to help these colleges and universities in attaining all those quality benchmarks and those international benchmarks, and then in turn helping them in achieving global rankings as well. So it certainly brings a higher degree of accountability, and it takes care of the quality assurance aspect. It certainly results in the improved performance of the institute. Some basic difference between rankings and ratings. As we reach out to universities and colleges, there are lots of them which participates in rankings, and they want to participate in rankings, but they may have no, they may not have a very good idea when it comes to the ratings part. So rankings are serving a very specific purpose. So when you participate in any specific rankings, and specifically about QS rankings, you will be compared to every other university which is participating in those rankings, and eventually you will get to know what is your rank, as where do you stand in comparison to those institutions. It creates a hierarchical list, and it changes every year. We have limited indicators because obviously we are getting the data of thousands of universities across more than 60 countries, and every country may have a different higher education system, different values altogether. So to bring them on a single platform, we certainly need some generic indicators which are common across all the higher education systems, and that's why the indicators are limited, and it certainly puts lots of emphasis on research. Now the ratings, so rankings are serving a specific purpose, and they will tell you where do you stand, but they may not necessarily tell you as what all steps you need to take from from being ranked 50 to move up the ladder and to reach the rank of 1. That is exactly what the ratings do. So they basically complement each other, and ratings can be much more inclusive and adaptive. We are following global benchmarks, as we have taken the inspiration from our highly popular QS star ratings. The results of QS iGauge rating are valid for a 2 years time period. And there obviously the indicators are many more. We have curated it to suit the requirements of Indian higher education. We have given slightly lower emphasis on research because we understand that teaching and learning is also equally important, and there are lots of institutions, considering the higher education scenario in India, there are lots of institutions which are solving lots of other problems and may not be able to focus on research at this point of time. But we still have given some weightage to research in QS IGAUGE rating. We have already covered most of them. So it formalizes the areas of strength and weaknesses. The management of institutions, universities, and colleges want to improve upon, but at times it becomes difficult to understand as where exactly should they start? What are the areas where they need to improve upon? So these ratings will help you in the quantification part of your strengths and weaknesses. At the end of it, basis on the audit report that we provide, you will get to know what are your strengths, which obviously you can highlight with, in all your promotional campaigns, outreach activities. At the same time, and that I believe is equally important, it will tell you what are the areas where you need to work upon. So that is something will be very useful when it comes to preparing a 2 to 3 year plan for the institute. It highlights the areas which are not generally covered in rankings, and it certainly validates the data for future planning. So QSI Gauge is a very comprehensive audit system that we have revised, and I will take you through the rating methodology as well. What all parameters do we have, and then how the institutions can actually go about it. So after that rigorous evaluation and the audit report, when you understand your strengths and weaknesses, it gives you a very clear-cut picture about the areas to improve upon and the strengths. So you can actually utilize them accordingly and can use the report to prepare a 2 to 3 year plan for the institute. We officially launched it on 21st March 2018. It was done by a former late President Shri Pranab Mukherjee. And since then, we have more than 100 universities and colleges which have signed up for QSI gauge rating and various other solutions that we have. So these are the parameters on which we rate the university or the college. In core criteria, we have 7 core criteria: teaching and learning, extremely important, as we have listened during the deliberations in the first half. Faculty quality, employability, diversity and accessibility, facilities, social responsibility, governance and structure. So parameters are designed keeping in mind that it covers almost everything that an institution does. On the right hand side, you can see the respective points which have been allocated to it. Then in advanced criteria, we have 6 options. For a university, research is mandatory, and then they can select any one out of the 5 remaining options that we have. So the university or the institute will be rated on total 9 criteria, and they are going to attain a maximum of 1400 points. And then basis on the score obtained by the university or the college, they will get a certain badge. Be it start if we look at the higher end, platinum is the highest one, and then we have platinum plus, that we have some specific conditions for that. Diamond is the second one, and then gold, silver, and bronze. And on the right hand side, you can see the specific points requirement that you need to attain in order to get these badges. So apart from the overall badge for the overall performance of the institute, you will also get one badge each for each of the parameter that you participate in. So you may get a, say, in teaching and learning, you may get a diamond. In faculty quality, you may get something else. In employability, something else, and so on. So that is exactly, you will get the opportunity to showcase and highlight the relevant badges in the outreach campaigns of yours. Just to give you an idea, these are the average, minimum, and maximum scores, parameter level, as well as overall scores of colleges. Highest have been 1265, and lowest was 554 for a university. In case of a college, highest was 1101, and the lowest was 424, and the average was 826. And then on the left hand side, you can see the parameter level scores of the colleges as well. These are some of the institutions for your reference, but for a detailed list, I would request you to go to our official website, that is igauge.in, and then go through the list and also get to understand the parameter or criteria level performance of various institutions which have been through QS IGAUGE rating. What else do we offer apart from the comprehensive QS IGAUGE rating? We have subject rating categories as well. So we are offering subject ratings in 17 different subject areas, starting from agricultural sciences to architecture, design, etc. So as a university, you are basically the sum total of the departments that you may have, and it basically gives you an opportunity to deep dive into the performance of each and every department. And the objective is basically to improve every department, and eventually, as a result of that, to improve the performance of the overall institute. So one of the hosting institutes, Shulini University, is rated in the engineering subject category by us. We have e-lead certification as well. There are lots of institutions which are which have adopted the e-learning capabilities which are needed to carry on the academic activities during pandemic, and this certificate can certainly add that credibility to the claim of the institute, as lots of parents are also looking for that information, and they also want to understand it from an independent source, that the institute indeed has the capabilities to carry on the academic activities during the pandemic or even after the pandemic, even if we continue in the blended mode of learning as well. Then we have recently launched QS iGauge school ratings as well. This is something which was again missing from the scene in Indian K-12 education system. We have lots of rankings in a school segment, but there was not a single agency which was offering a service which could kind of evaluate their systems and processes and could tell them these are the steps you need to take to further improve upon your rankings or on your overall performance of the school or on various quality parameters of the school. So we launched it in the month of August 2020, and we have lots of schools which have adopted it. So this again is an opportunity for the institutions which are operating in K-12 segment. Post-audit branding, these are some of the examples which we have put on these slides, but obviously the institutions know it equally or even better than us as how they can further use it in the marketing and outreach part. So we participate in lots of events which happens in the higher education segment. Before Corona, it was more of physical events, but now we are having more and more of virtual events, like the one we are participating in at this point of time. Uh, Institutes also have their own ways and methods to publicize their strengths, their badges where they have done really well, and then take it to the prospective students as well. Then we also make an effort, and we are making continuous efforts to reach out to students as well, so that we can take the message of these institutions to the schools, so that schools and the students also get to understand that which all institutions have performed, and how well they have performed in different parameters that we have in the rating methodology. So these days it's again being done in virtual mode, but we participate in lots of student focused fairs and exhibitions as well. Governments are also coming forward for it. So we have done the QSI gauge rating for 7 state government universities of Andhra Pradesh. That was done in the year 2019, and we have rated them on all 7 parameters that we have. So that's it from my side. That was in brief to cover what QSI gauge is all about. But we are of course available offline, and will be happy to answer any of your queries that you may have. So thank you very much. Over to you, Kumar.
Thank you, Sachin, for such a comprehensive presentation highlighting the process of various ratings offered by QS IGAUGE. Our next presentation, which is on Himalayan region as international higher education hub, I have with me our colleague, Mr. Rafael, Senior Account Manager at QS Solutions. Over to you, Rafael.
Hi, everyone. Thank you very much. Good afternoon. Thank you for having me here. I'm a senior account manager for QS Solution, focused on the software move on, and I'm going to run through a quick presentation. Yes. Oh, thank you for having the presentation. Yes, so please go to the next slide directly. Thank you. We found out that in the last 30 years, the improvement in terms of reputation and ranking has been significant. We'll see that in the next two slides, where you'll be able to see different kind of data. Yeah, so you can see here a comparison between 2012 and 2020 with the same number of universities involved, 55 on the left, 55 on the right. What's interesting here is the increase in terms of international faculty number and ratio. As you can see, 97 in 2012, 229 in 2020, and the ratio has increased as well. Moreover, you can see the number of students, international students, obviously, has increased as well, and the ratio to 5.5 to 14.1%. Then in the next slide, you will see a couple of data as well. We can focus on Asia Pacific here. So it's divided obviously by world region. And what's interesting for us is Asia Pacific, obviously. So the total of university ranked has increased between 2012 and 2020. 175 to 292. Same thing for international faculty, 47, 105. The ratio as well, 4.6 to 6.6. Total of international students has increased as well, and the ratio of percentage of international students has also increased. You can see this increase in all the region. Even though we focus on Asia Pacific, all the regions have seen also an increase in internationalization, I would say. Then we can move to the next slide. Yes, thank you. Obviously, COVID has put some pressure on the internationalization strategy of universities globally, and everyone had to adapt to the crisis. So that's where the digitalization questions came on board with more strength than before. Some studies have been conducted, and institutions have said that, firstly, replacing, as you can see here in the slide, replacing paperwork with digital processes, including data exchanges through networks, is going to be important in the present and in the near future as well. Also, reducing the administrative burden for students and employees is going to be important. Creating digital infrastructure to increase the scope of programs and also improving technical solutions for student mobility. There is a fifth thing here is that institutions feel that the internationalization would become very, very more important post-COVID than pre-COVID. So that's very, very interesting stuff to see. Thank you. And also, the virtualization has been a central question during COVID, and we have seen many outcomes. So the first one is what we called hybrid events. So you can see here they put the future partnership engagement would see a combination of physical and virtual engagements between partners. So that's what we call hybrid events. Many universities also have decided to use the online platforms to exchange with their partners during the crisis, and they feel also that that can replace for some the travels that are expensive for the universities, obviously. So maybe now we can see an open door to shift from real events to digital events, obviously. Also, we found that some university they found that there is a lack of virtual platform to find virtual potential partners. So that's where QS come on board, but we will talk about it a bit later. Institutions across the world have shifted towards virtual mobility during the crisis. So it's obviously very challenging, but it could be very successful if the quality is here. And what we called quality is overcome the three different challenges that are listed here. Organizational challenges, obviously, planning, logistic, legal framework, pedagogical challenges, and technological challenges, of course. Virtual mobility, it's interesting because personally I've talked to many institutions across the globe from 2020 to now, and in the US, for example, or in France, also they decided to shift to virtual mobility, and they reduce drastically the number of real mobility. So they introduced those also hybrid mobility, so a part of virtual and a part of real ones, and it works for most of them pretty well. So that was very interesting to see. QS Move On now. That's why QS Move On comes on board. We are a global company working with more than 300 institutions across the globe. Our product is built to support our clients in their international strategies. So we have introduced Move On Hub recently. It's what you can see here. You have the access to the HED, so the Higher Education Directory. You have the access to institutions' data, potential partners. You can create your profile as well, and you can access Move On Lite through the Move On Hub platform. You have the link at the bottom if you'd like to have a look at it. Obviously, it's free for everyone. So any international mobility office employee can go there, can go to the link and register for free and be part of the hub. That's very interesting. So I encourage you to have a look at this hub. Yes, thank you. Then we've got Move On Lite, so that's accessible from the Move On Hub platform. Move On Lite allows you to manage your data exchange with your worldwide partners. This is free. This is a free version of our main product, Move On 4. So you can get connected to a network of worldwide institutions. You can get digitally connected also with partners worldwide. You can do basic management of partnerships. You can do basic management also of mobility, and you can. That's very important because this is the core of the international strategy. You can also extract reports, so that would be very useful for you to use this Move On Lite platform. And then Move On, which is our main platform. We've got 5 foundation stones, I would say. The first one is the international partnerships, obviously. The second one is the mobility, including EWP, which is Erasmus without paper. And this is mainly for Europe now, but we will perhaps introduce it also for other regions pretty soon, maybe next year, we'll see. As I said, reporting, data storage, scholarship management, also interfaces integrations through API, SSO. So it's a very interesting platform. You can do a lot of stuff here. But you can first try to use the Move On Lite, and then this is because Move On Lite would be a very good introduction to Move On. Yes, then so into move on, you've got two main functionalities. The first one is partnerships management. So, or of course, you can record and track your partnerships, create managed partnerships, record them, have a view of all your partnerships available. You can create automation and book actions into the platform. You can publish into what we call the publisher, which is a tool that come with Move On, and you can publish mobility partnerships into a map. That's very interesting, and that's very useful for students and also for teachers and for your partners as well. And then the second functionality is the mobility management tool, and this tool can allows you to manage mobility and all the process of the mobility process easily and effectively, as it says here. So you can create online forms where your students can apply for mobilities. You can manage a huge volume of mobilities each year. The tool is completely customizable. You can use digital mobility as well. You can use the communication tool to communicate with the students or also with your partners. You can record and manage grants funding for mobility. You can also use the internships tool. You can extract report and publish them online. So yeah, it's a very good platform for everything. Do not hesitate to have a look at the website and so on and so forth. So thank you very much for your attention and for having me today. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Rafael. Now we'll take a short break and we'll be back by 5:25 p.m. To continue the conference. I urge all the delegates and the speakers to use the break for networking on the virtual platform. See you all at 5:25. Thank you.
education in a country sets the tone for its socio-economic growth, a powerful means to take a country into the mainstream of globalization. Indian higher education system is one of the largest education systems in the world. This expansive landscape and the myriad options leave the students wondering. An informed choice in such a diverse dynamic ecosystem demands a careful understanding of educational institutions. Rating colleges and universities has turned out to be a need for all the internal and external stakeholders of the education sector. The students, parents, employers, researchers, governments, and all others associated primarily perceive an institution's performance based on its ranking and rating. QS IGAUGE, a brand incorporated in India as an independent private sector enterprise, specializes in rating higher education institutions in India. The brand brings together global expertise, experience, and reputation of UK-based Quacquarelli Simons, QS that focuses on higher education rating and assessment. QS iGauge rating is customized for higher education institutions in India. The rating provides a unique 360-degree perspective of Indian institutions of higher learning. The rating methodology includes 7 primary criteria and 5 secondary criteria. The same team that produces the authoritative QS World University Rankings and related regional and subject rankings, as well as the globally recognized QS Stars University rating system, closely supervises the processes of QS iGauge. Close supervision by QS Intelligence Unit in London ensures independence, quality, and integrity of the ratings and a global recognition to the institutions. Incorporated in 2018, QS iGauge has till now rated and partnered reputed colleges and universities in India. For building the brand image as a tool to improve an institution's organization and management, as a basis for making important decisions, or for influencing partnerships and collaborations. College and university ratings are a great way to position a brand and help communities make informed decisions. QS iGauge, India's first nationwide higher education rating system, is here to deliver credible ratings with its dedicated efforts.
Welcome back to the second half of the R.I.S.E conference, Himalayan edition. For the evening, we have 2 panel discussions, which are very context specific. For our first panel discussion, which is on the topic Himalayas as the next global destinations for research and learning, I invite Professor Atul Khosla. Professor Atul is a renowned academician among Indian academicians, so he needs no introduction for sure. However, for the sake of audience who have joined us in the second session of this conference, I would like to introduce Professor Khosla in just 2 lines. So Professor Khosla is the founder, trustee, and vice chancellor of Shulin University. He has been an entrepreneur for the last 20 years and has founded and led multiple various startups. He's also member of state of Himachal Pradesh Council for CII and also advisor to SEBI chairman. With this introduction, I hand over it to Professor Atul to initiate the discussion and introduce the other panelists. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Kumar, and what a pertinent discussion today. How do we make the Himalayas at the next global destination of research and learning? You know, my hands are already sweaty because we've got a phenomenal panel here today, extremely illustrious and extremely learned. And by no order, I'm going to introduce all of them. We have Major General Atul Kaushik, Chairman of the Himachal Pradesh Regulatory Authority with us today. General Kaushik, I've known him as a friend and also as my regulator for a while. Extremely inspiration, very strong thoughts. And let's talk to him during the discussion. Does he really believe the Himalayas can be the future of the world? We also have Dr. Pema Gyamcho. He is Director General of ICIMOD. For people who don't know ICIMOD, it's a think tank on Himalayan conservation and Himalayan mountain development. I think he's having some technology challenges. He'll be joining us. Dr. Dinesh Singh, Padma Shri and ex-Vice Chancellor of Delhi University. Again, dear friend, we have spent hours talking about what education means, and we'd love to hear your thoughts, Dinesh, sir. Dinesh is also very kindly accepted to be an adjunct faculty at Shulani. So welcome to the panel, Dinesh. We have Nimesh Grover with us. Nimesh wears a different hat. Nimesh is trying to bring a revolution in student infrastructure in the country. So he is building a large institution called GHS, or Good Host Spaces, where the whole idea is that learning happens also outside the classroom, and can we bring world-class learning to Indian universities by creating world-class student housing. And Nimesh is the CEO for this initiative. He's also the founder of GHS. And last but not the least, we have Dr. Chandan Sen. Dr. Chandan Sen is Associate Vice President at Indiana University. We had an amazing discussion yesterday, and I was so impressed by especially the whole thought about number one, incubations in the lab. How do you commercialize research? And more importantly, the work that you're doing in SpaceX, Dr. Chandan. And what a beautiful work that you're doing. And we're going to have a wonderful discussion today. The topic, like I said, is the Himalayas as a next global destination of research and learning. And let me bring in first Dr. Dinesh Singh to us into the panel. And my question to you, Dinesh, is honestly, do you think in the next 10 to 15 years, can, first of all, India become on the forefront of the map of global education? Secondly, can the states of Uttarakhand and Himachal lead it? And if yes, you believe it can, then what should we do? One is, what should the regulators do? What should the government do? And also as institutions, what should we do to actually become global players in the world of education? Over to you, Dr. Singh. The format is going to be, we'd love to hear from each one of you for around 3 to 4 minutes. I'd like to actually get each one of you back into the panel. We've got 40 odd minutes. So a 3 to 4 minute answer, Dr. Singh, and then I'll get to other panelists into the discussion. Over to you, Dr. Singh.
Thank you, Atul. But in 4 minutes, you expect me to cover the Himalayas. I will not be able to cover anything there. However, this is a very good activity. I congratulate you for organizing this. You know, we must learn to draw inspiration and practical lessons from history. And the Himalayan region has consistently shown us the way in the realm of knowledge. If you examine history, right from the days when the Vedas were being created till present times, the Himalayas have consistently been a huge source of knowledge. There is a whole treasure trove of knowledge-based heritage that India has derived. So I'm reminded of the French saying, plus ça change, plus c'est la même chose. The more things change, the more they are the same. If we put our hearts and task to this matter at hand, in 10, 15 years, we will have come back to the same mode that the Himalayas have been in the past. And why do I say that? Let me just give you one quick illustration. In the Himalayan region around Kashmir, lived this grammarian who created the most perfect grammar in the world. I speak of Panini, whose Vaisheshik Tattva for Sanskrit grammar have been the fountainhead of huge amount of knowledge. Panini in his own time had been recognized as such and had been given the status of a Dev. He was called Bhagwan Panini for that very reason. But let me tell you how things happen. Much later in the 20th century, when Noam Chomsky from MIT combined mathematical principles and looked at the algorithms in Paninian grammar and put them in the framework of those mathematical principles, he created a revolution in linguistics, so much so that he came to be called the Einstein of the humanities. That is the power of Himalayan knowledge. All we need to do, Atul, in my first brief intervention, is to bring in modern practices, the lens of a modern perspective, bring in rigor, and most importantly, enthuse the minds of the young who are forever ready to be inspired. And the heritage of the Himalayas is replete with this, so it will inspire them to do many great things. Remember, all the great religions of India have had secure and sound foundational connections with the Himalayas. Just think about it. The first Tirthankar of the Jain religion, Rishabdev, actually lived in the Himalayas towards the latter part of his life. Guru Gobind Singh actually indulged in tapasya or meditation at Hemkund in the Himalayas and wrote his autobiography there, Vichittar Natak. Almost every religion, you look at Hazrat Bal Mosque in Srinagar, it is housed there in the foothills of the Himalayas. You look at Buddhism, how much it has flourished. Milarepa, one of the greatest sages of Buddhism, is from the Himalayan region. A religion older than even Buddhism in Tibet, the Bon religion, is from Tibet, the Himalayan region. Just think about this. What all does the Himalaya, what all have they not given us? At this point in time, I would rest by pointing out that there is a huge fountainhead of potential knowledge sources that can help us create the entire Himalayan region as a university. I think it was Nimesh whom you introduced that wants to take knowledge outside the classroom. I agree with him, and the spirit should be to treat the whole Himalayan region as a classroom or a university, and you will have your case. Thank you.
Thank you, Dinesh. What a wonderful start. Let's go to Major General Atul Kaushik. Atul sir, you're new to, I would say, as a regulator, you've now been 1 year in Himachal, and you've also got some disappointing experiences. I know that. Again, my same question to you is, do you really believe institutions can really step up and become global? That's one. And what do you think the ecosystem should do and institutions should do to really become global and world-class in the way they operate? Over to you, General Kaushik. You are muted, General Kaushik. If you can unmute yourself, please. You muted yourself again, sir. You need to unmute. Please go ahead.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, sir, we can hear you.
All right. Thank you, Atul. Thank you for involving me in this wonderful and very important discussion. As brought up by Dr. Dinesh, Himalayas have always been the destination of higher learning. This is the place where people of wisdom have gone into the deeper geographical layout of Himalayas to find truth, spiritual awakening, soul searching, getting to know about themselves. So there is no doubt that Himalayas are the places, it's an abode of higher learning, and why not? We must somehow create and shape the environment to ensure that we use or we learn from Himalayas and progress ahead in the research and higher learning aspect. Now, the issue is that Himalayas have been overexploited for quite some time. Himalayas are the lungs. Himalayas is the source of water, lifeline. Himalayas change the weather pattern of adjoining states. The mountains actually has got so much of biodiversity that these are the lifeline for everyone staying in plains in the urban center. So these have been exploited. So when we talk about creating Himalayas as the hub center of higher learning, it has to be done in sync with the people living there, and also the knowledge which we try to learn by establishing universities in Himalayas has to be more uh, focused towards sustainable development of Himalayas. There's been a lot of degradation of Himalayas. So my issue when we talk about opening universities and hub centers in Himalayas is that the whole teaching, whole learning process has to be focused towards sustainable living, sustainable education, and ensuring that the degeneration which has taken place in Himalayas, the glaciers have reduced, the forests have been cut. There are a number of disasters which lie waiting in Himalayas. So these hub centers, these oases of learning, which we think will come up soon in Himalayas, which some of them already exist, should divert their focus in ensuring that we sustain the mountains, we sustain the Himalayas, we sustain the living condition, the culture which is being impacted by out migration and in migration. All these issues need to be done. Yes, the infrastructure has improved over a period of time in Himachal Pradesh. The setting is totally right for universities to come to a rural setting, not to the urban setting, but to the rural areas where we open these hub centers and devote our time in further upgrading and actually reflecting on ourselves and how we further progress into the heart, into the aspect of higher life. Thank you so much, Atul.
Thank you very much, General Kaushik. We've heard two interesting thoughts. Dinesh said the Himalayas is the lab. Use the Himalayas as a place for learning. And Atul sir, you spoke about sustainability so rightly. So let's come to Nimesh. Nimesh, you've been looking at the other side of learning, which is student infrastructure. In your opinion, how important is the environment? How important is the environment that the Himalayas provide? I know you're working with an institution in Rajasthan, for example. Do you think the Himalayas, or being in a mountain place which looks like a resort, does it give an advantage of institutions to students to study in a place like this? Nimesh, Grover, over to you.
Yeah, Atul, I agree with you. I think, not only, if I go back to my own experience as a student, somebody who's done his undergrad and master's both in Bombay, however well ranked the institution is, somewhere the whole environment matters. Just the fact that in a city like Bombay, when you even just walk from your hostel to your college, the noise, the crossing of the road, etc., more often than not, that stresses you out. The extreme heat, etc., also stresses you out. So, in my view, the environment around you is absolutely, absolutely important. And that environment is not coming from brick and mortar, but it is coming from just, like if we take your campus, for example, there is a 10,000 hectare forest surrounding it, right? And I remember about 2 years back, when I come to your campus, I noticed that everybody looks so happy and relaxed. I remember when I was much young, in my young days, I'd gone trekking in a hill state, and again, that's one thing I noticed. So my view is that if you are in an environment which is calming, which is relaxing, automatically I see this, that this having a calming influence on you and in your ability to imbibe knowledge. I mean, I'm a father of a 21-year-old who goes to law school in Calcutta, and again, there is a difference because again, it's an urban city, it's a metro, the location is pretty close to very, very dense population. If I would have a choice, all things being equal, I would want my kids at least to study in a location like yours, purely because there are so many other aspects of life which they imbibe, and you can imbibe that only if you're stress-free and you can focus on what is in front of you, which is the education, without worrying about other things like honking, crossing the road, and rushing to catch a train or rushing to beat a traffic. I mean, our walk from Churchgate station to our campus, because our hostel in my business school used to be an event. You're worried about your wallet getting picked in the evening, you're worried about getting pushed, etc. Right? So that never happens, and you're smiling because you can identify with this. It will never happen in your campus. So I think that is a very important thing. That is important. Other than the spiritual aspects, facts like all knowledge comes from Himalayas, etc. But purely as a parent, purely as an old man who used to be a student once, I think this is an absolute must that parents should look at, or children should look at when they decide where they're going to study.
So the environment is important. I think that's what you're saying, Nimesh. And we'll also come to the aspect of safety, and we'll come to that, back to that, I think, when I come to you. And I'm going to now request Chandan to come. And, Chandan, you've been driving amazing research at Indiana. I got goose pimples when you spoke about your experiences. So I have two questions for you. How important would research and innovation be as we start thinking about building the next global destination for research and learning in the Himalayas? How important would partnerships be for us? And do you think it's really doable in terms of making the Himalayas as a place where not just research happens, but great R&D happens? And would you want to invest? Would your university invest and partner with the university over here? Over to you, Chandan.
Well, thank you, Atul, for involving me in this, and greetings to all my panelists and to the audience. I think, of course, I have a little knowledge about the current advantage of the Himalayas as a geographical region, but of course, being of Indian origin, I'm familiar with the history. Now, before I answer your question, let me give a brief background to my answer. Now, the Indian education system, we all know, is very well developed and is very well recognized. But even more important is the fact that India has massive untapped youth talent resources. And one can think of the Himalayas as a geographical region with some special advantages. And one can also think of Himalayas as a conceptual or a paradigm environment where India is willing to test the future of learning. Now, when one looks at the current education system in India, one would find that the history, is where the missionaries started the schools in India in the 1820s, and then in the 1850s, we had Governor General Dalhousie, so on and so forth. In other words, much of that foundation, at least from certain angles, can be viewed as archaic and not aligned with the future. And the reason I say that is because now learning is much more of a plural experience. I'd like to recognize that we are moving from our instruction to teaching paradigm, instruction or teaching paradigm, to a more shared learning experience paradigm. And I think current Indian education, to which I'm a part of, follows the instruction teaching paradigm and has done well in many regards. But as we move into the future, we need to consider a shared learning experience paradigm, where you're talking about lifelong learning, cradle to grave, delivery of education anywhere, aligning what you learn outside the classroom with what you learn in the classroom, and have an impact on your society, meaning learning is more problem-solving based than merely mastery of subjects by memorizing chapters. And finally, of course, we have the opportunity to now employ technology as a differentiator, not so much as a burden as some would see, but as a differentiator as we go forward. Now, to all these ends, I don't think that the entire country of India can experiment with its education system as it relates to the mass, infrastructure that we currently have. So potentially, the Himalayan region could serve as a environment, where this type of a new paradigm is tested. Now, if that is the case, then that would certainly draw the interest of global players. And if it is more of the same, unlikely to draw interest. If it is that, then likely to draw interest. Coming to a question about the part of your question about technology commercialization or partnership, as we talk about making education more problem-centric, developing this technology development and commercialization angle as an integral part of education, becomes a key component, and this would definitely start drawing interest of both industry as well as in the, academia throughout the world. Now, of course, today it is more of a conceptual place where we stand and we're discussing, we're vetting. I think the geographical advantages have their own place. And what I just mentioned as this new paradigm has its own place. And it's up to India and its leaders to find out whether experimentation of the type that I just alluded to is of interest. Thank you.
Thank you, Chandan. Great insights. And I'll be coming back to you. We have Dr. Pima with us now. So welcome to the panel, Dr. Pima. I think you had some technology challenges before coming in. You're doing some amazing work at ICIMOD. You also sponsor a consortium called the Himalayan University Consortium. We'd love to know more about what ICIMOD does in terms of mountain development, how you're taking the consortium to actually build a great university network. So what are your inputs to academicians and policymakers who are sitting and viewing this today to make the Himalayan region a great place, an environment, or an ecosystem for a great university system? Over to you, Dr. Pima.
Okay, thank you very much. First of all, I apologize, chairperson, Dr. Professor Khosla, and also my panel members and all the people attending this session. The topic is very, very relevant for the work that we are doing at ICIMOD. Now, before I go into answering your questions, let me spend a few minutes explaining, first of all, your first question on what ICIMOD is doing. The International Center for Integrated Mountain Development, ICIMOD, is a regional intergovernmental organization covering the whole of the Hindu Kush Himalayan region. If you look at it from Afghanistan through Pakistan, India, China, Nepal, Bhutan, Bangladesh, and Myanmar. So 8 countries. And, if you look at this region, someone already mentioned several times, I think some of you also, and also the earlier speakers at the opening session, particularly from the presidents in its presidential address, I was listening. And I thought actually I was already at this meeting. I attended most of it, but somehow, I was not in it until I got into the session just now, because we are not used to using this platform, but mostly Zooming and Teaming in MS Teams and Zoom and so on. So this is the first time I am actually using this in this platform. So the HKH, in one way, is a global asset. It's already been mentioned so many times. It's known as the water towers of Asia. It's known as the third pole, the biggest body of ice and snow outside of the poles. So it has also 4 of the the global hotspots in the hotspots of biodiversity in the world. It supports the ecosystem services from these mountains, supports nearly 1.6 billion people living downstream, in addition to around 240 million living within the hills and mountains of the region. So this is a very, very ecologically, culturally, and as already also mentioned by the president, even if you just look at the language, there are more than 1,000 languages already sort of reported to be within this region. On the other side of the coin, this is a region that is most vulnerable to climate change and other drivers, not least even out-migration of youth from the mountains. So you have both sides of the coin, and because of the elevation, the rate of melting of glaciers and snow is much faster than any other region. So the rise in temperature will also be much more pronounced here. So we are saying that 1.5 degrees centigrade world will be too hot for this region. 1.5 degrees centigrade elsewhere would be close to 2 degrees centigrade here or even more. And if you don't do anything, if you don't do research, if you don't educate our people, if you don't influence policy, if you don't influence practices, we are going to be facing a disaster very soon, a much bigger disaster. We are already facing so many disasters. Now coming to the topic. Yes, the Himalayas. I would say, is not the next destination. It is already the destination for a lot of research attention. So ECMOD was established some nearly 37 years ago with this, the objective that we are discussing now, to look at what is happening, why it is happening, and what we need to do to address the many challenges. So the questions were already there before, but are we doing enough? Not nearly. I think the frequency of disasters are increasing, but we still don't have answers. So there's a lot of work that we need to do, and it is, as rightly pointed out by in the presidential address this early afternoon, it is a living laboratory for any kind of subject. Now, climate is the hottest subject at the moment, climate science, but you can talk about agriculture, you can talk about glaciology, cryosphere, atmosphere, you can talk about hydrosphere, and also the new emerging science of Anthropocene. So the field is very vast. Archaeology, and you can mention anything: ecology, ecosystems, wildlife, biology. I think there's room for everybody. So we really need to strengthen the network. We have started the Himalayan University Consortium with that in mind. So the Himalayan University Consortium has already more than 90 members, university members from the region and from outside as well. And the object is exactly the things that we are discussing today, to bring together, thought leaders, academics, researchers, professors together to discuss about the research needs, the research gaps, and how we can contribute science that could lead to solutions for the ecological solutions, the ecological problem, the economic problems, the social problems that this region is facing. Now, ECMOD sits in the space between research and development. We are not a research organization, we are not a university, but at the same time, we are not a development organization or an implementing organization. But we are best, I think we can describe as a knowledge broker. So I'll stop at this stage. I'm sure Professor Atul Khosla is looking at me quite seriously, so let me stop here. Right. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Pema. We've got 10 minutes left. Great insights. I'm going to come to each one of you with the same question. If I look at the stakeholders of creating a great ecosystem for a university, in my opinion, there will be a combination of academicians, which include teachers and researchers. That's one. The second set of stakeholders are the students. And the third and the most important stakeholders are also the policymakers who help create the ecosystem. I would like to come to each one of you with, tell us one recommendation on each of these three stakeholders. What can they do to build a great university system in the Himalayas? So I'll start with Dr. Chandan. One recommendation on each of these three stakeholders. Over to you, Dr. Chandan.
Yeah, thank you, Atul. If I have one recommendation to provide, I would really ask for a new model of education that would focus on the shared learning experience, where teachers are not viewed as reservoirs of knowledge, but co-learn with students, where students learn because they want to solve a problem about which they are very passionate about. And when you make that the focus, it becomes much more easy to teach the subjects that are needed to solve that problem, rather than studying the subject for itself. So in brief, I'd like to recommend that there be a review and rehashing of the overall teaching paradigm that we currently have and morph it into a shared learning experience paradigm. Thank you.
Thank you, Chandan. Same question to you, Nimesh. Recommendation along the dimensions of policy, students, and the academic staff.
Okay, so let's just start with students first. I think clearly, just to re-emphasize what I said earlier, students have to realize that a vast majority of us, after we kind of do our undergrad, postgrad, etc., are anyway going to come back to an urban congested environment to earn our living. I'm not saying all, I'm saying a vast majority of them. So when we are educating ourselves, when we are learning, when we are imbibing, we should do it in a relaxed environment closer to nature, where you typically tend to go for a vacation, once you reach our age. So that's one part. Secondly, I think policymakers should encourage the setup of universities in rural areas, in hill stations, in environs which are more suitable for experiential learning, rather than encouraging something, let's say, in South Bombay or in South Delhi or whatever, which for legacy reasons made sense, right? When we didn't have travel infrastructure, etc. But I think now you need to encourage the students to go there by creating a network of universities, research institutions, and I'm sure the corporates will follow if they are not already following, to get students, to get their their raw material, get their intellectual horsepower, because corporates will go wherever that is. So no corporate would balk at coming to a Shulini or going to a Dehradun to hire kids if the bright kids are there. So I think these are the two. The third thing is, I've never been an academician, so I may be speaking out of turn here. But again, when academicians have a certain mindset of research, of reading, of learning, of sharing, again they would like to do it in an environment which is suitable to that. So even the better academicians, I think, like in the US or a UK, when they flock to university towns, we should also have university towns in these environs where this can happen very effectively.
University towns, great thought, Nimesh. I've always believed that we should never have gates in a university. The university should not have any fences, but I'm going to come back to you on that particular thought later. I'm going to request General Kaushik to come. Again, the same question, General Kaushik. You are a regulator and you're trying to help build a great educational system in Himachal. What are recommendations or ideas for students, for academicians, and for policymakers? Over to you, General Kaushik.
Yeah, thank you, Ratul. The first thing is the stakeholder, which I believe are very important to us, are the locals, the son of the soil, because without them, the concept of town and gown of the university does not gel. Thinking the ancient knowledge of the locals with the campus is most important, and we need to include them as one of these stakeholders once the seat of learning comes up in the Himalayas. All of you are very much educated and knowledgeable about the process-driven and the product-driven concept of learning. Himalayas actually catalyze, inspires process. It transforms a personality. And once a person, once a student, once a faculty member is transformed, he is able to do anything. He or she will be able to do anything in the field of research and higher learning. So more focus on transformation of students, transformation of faculty. The process-driven knowledge is more important. Now, with the current experience here in Simla, I've seen most of the universities, the infrastructure is pathetic in some places, obviously.
I think we lost General Kaushik, so we'll come back to him later. Same question to Dr. Pema. One recommendation for policymakers and one for universities. What do you think we should do to become global?
Thank you, Professor Khosla. Just want to mention that we have also what is called a network called SANDI. I'm sure you are aware of that, South Asian Network for Development and Environmental Economics. And through that, we are building the capacity of young researchers and young lecturers to conduct research, and so it's already going on to some extent on very pertinent issues. That's just for information. Some of you may like to check. But coming to the recommendation, most of the issues that we are trying to address in the Himalayas are transboundary in nature. It doesn't stop at our national boundaries. So if you want to address this, the climate change issues and so on, including even pollution, we need a network. The regional cooperation is very important. Otherwise, The smoke that rises from the planes doesn't stop in the air space or air boundary, but goes up and then lands on the snow. And when the snow and ice melts, when there is a flood, it also doesn't stop at the border. So we really need to strengthen regional cooperation and networking. And finally, ISIMOD is in the process of bringing together science and policy together through an annual science and policy dialogue, where we bring researchers and scientists and the policymakers at the same table to see how we can translate science to policy. And I think this is something we can also include the universities. Thank you very much, Professor.
Thank you, Dr. Pema. We'd love to be part of this. And I'll come back to you. And I've especially kept you at the end, Dinesh, because I know you've got some very, very strong point of views. So you've been a pioneer in bringing changes in the Indian educational system. You were the first to bring in a 4-year program, and you had some major challenges. I would love to hear from you that one recommendation, one for the policymaker and one for us universities. What should we do to become relevant and become as global as possible? Over to you, Dinesh.
Thank you, Atul. My recommendation would more or less overlap between the policymakers and the university. I think both the policymakers and the university must recognize what is education. And it's a very personal thing. For each individual, it is a search of the self. All our experiences in this world collectively help us, if we want, to discover our own true selves, which we call the inner drumbeat. And then if you start marching in the real world, in rhythm with the drumbeat, you start getting educated. A university should strive to do that with its entrant students. Educator, a policymaker should ensure that this happens through his policies. How do we do that? Here's my simple prescription. This is rooted in essentially Himalayan and Indian tradition. We must engage with the needs and challenges of the world around us. Treat that as a lab, a classroom. People in India and in many other parts of the world have benefited immensely by following this principle in terms of knowledge seeking and knowledge generation, both. So you need to use your hands, and the Himalayas offer enormous opportunity, and I will illustrate quickly, very quickly, with 3 examples. If you go to any place of pilgrimage, important pilgrimage, and there are so many in the Himalayas, suppose you go to Haridwar. There are some in Kashmir, there are some in Himachal also, I know of them. Haridwar is known to many, so I bring that up as a specific example. You have to seek your genealogy anywhere in the world through any cloud system on any server. The best place to go is through the human server system in Haridwar. Mention the village, mention your lineage, mention what's your surname, and they will track down your ancestry, your lineage for generations into the past. What amazes me is that this is a system of tracking, of storing knowledge and giving so much else with it, which university systems in India have never brought into their mainstream of knowledge pursuits. Give this task to undergraduates as a project to work in groups. That's what I meant. Hands-on, practical knowledge, a need or a challenge of the world around us. And you look at what not they will discover from this. I have no idea how many startups will come from this. You have all these systems existing. India had mastered this for centuries in the past. And no one has bothered to put it into an IT system in a modern perspective, exactly as Chomsky did with Panini's algorithms. The other example, the Himalayan system is replete with minerals. I noticed that pink salt is very much in vogue and fashionable these days. I have yet to see a masterly study analysis of pink salt. What kind of value system does it have or harbor within itself? I'm giving you just one example. You can take shilajit, you can take all kinds of minerals, or you could take the more than 10,000 plant species, the more than 900 bird species, or the more than hundreds of mammal species that exist in the Himalayan region. I think that is a treasure trove of pursuits. Both the university system and the regulator must facilitate engagement of this without bringing harm to the region around us. Third example, and I will rest my case after that. 100 years ago, the Englishman Grierson conducted a study of how language changes with geography. And he discovered something amazing in terms of data. This is such a wonderful piece of knowledge. No one has repeated this experiment in India. In the Gangetic Plain, Banaras and its regions around, he noticed language changes after every 10 kos. A kos is a little more than a mile. After every 10 kos, the language would change. I have seen no such study of the Himalayan region. And what are the impressions? What is the impact of modern technology on language in the Himalayan region? I have no idea about that. These are practical projects, but believe me, knowledge and skills are two sides of the same coin. You engage with that, convert your pedagogy into what I think it was Chandan who has repeated this, and I endorse it fully. We did this with great benefit at the University of Delhi, converted everything into practice space, treating the world as a knowledge system, and diminished the power of the lectures in the classroom. Enormous advantage accrued to us, and the national education policy is a verbatim reproduction of what I did at Delhi University. I endorse regulators and university systems to bring that policy and pedagogy into your system, and you will have enormous benefit. And my final thing, Surdas, the great poet, had said, in another context, but it has enormous value, that remain rooted in what you have. The Himalayan system will allow you to be rooted in many ways and then fly to the 7 seas and beyond. Go back and forth, bring and give. And you will have a new knowledge economy and a new knowledge ecosystem in the Himalayan region. Thank you.
Learning from the ecosystem, Dinesh, and what beautiful thoughts. We've heard about sustainability. We've heard about using the Himalayas as the lab, which is something sometimes we forget. We keep saying that we don't have enough instruments. Well, there are lots and lots of instruments across the world, but the Himalayas are unique in terms of just providing a unique experience. I always end my panel by asking 3 or 4 yes or no questions. And I'm going to first get to you, Dinesh, on this one. 3 simple questions to you, but your answer is only a yes or a no. So can we start this small little game? So Dinesh, can we have you on stage? Both of us together, please. So I have 3 questions for you. First, do you see disruption in higher education happening? Yes or no?
Yes.
Will this disruption help build a new type of university of the future? Yes or no?
Yes.
And the last question is, can a great university comparable to Oxford or Harvard emerge in the Himalayan region?
Yes, but Atul, why like Harvard? I want Harvard to emerge and be like what we will build in the Himalayan system.
No wonder I love you, Dinesh. That's why, you've got such great thoughts. Thank you very much. Let's come to Chandan with a 3 set of questions. Chandan, do you see disruption in higher education? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. Will this disruption help build a new type of university?
Absolutely.
And do you see a great university possibly emerging in the Himalayas in the next 15 to 20 years?
A new model of the future. A peerless model of the future.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. Dr. Pima, same question. Do you see disruption in higher education? Dr. Pima, you're muted, I guess.
Yes.
Okay, so there's a complete consensus here. And will this disruption help build a new type of a university going forward?
I think so. It's in between.
And you work with so many universities in the Himalayas. Do you think one of them can emerge to be a global leader comparable to the Oxbridges or the Harvards of the world?
The potential is there, but there's a lot of work to be done. Yeah.
Okay, wonderful. Nimesh, over to you. Do you see disruption in higher education?
Yeah. You're already seeing it.
You're already seeing it. Okay, wonderful. And do you think the model is going to change Does it scare you because you focus on student infrastructure? Do you think there's going to be a new model going forward?
There will be a new model for sure, but student infrastructure will continue to be important because there'll be consolidation.
Okay,
Our universities
consolidation
are very
will happen.
small, the good ones.
So big university is going to emerge. Okay, wonderful. And do you see a great university emerge, let's say in the Himalayas or any other part of India?
Absolutely in the Himalayas, because that will drive it, right? Just the environment.
So I'm hearing great thoughts. I'm already getting excited. Let's see what a regulator says. General Kaushik, do you see disruption in higher education, sir, in the coming years?
There is chaos. And out of this chaos, I'm quite sure transformation to something positive will result. Yes, there is chaos at present.
So your job gets difficult. Chaos. Regulators don't like chaos. So disruption, yes, but you have to manage the chaos. And do you think this chaos or disruption will help build a new type of university across the world?
Yes, as I mentioned, out of this chaos, new thoughts, positive thoughts, new line of thinking will emerge. And surely this will help all of us.
And can you see that happening in, let's say, your state of Himachal?
Absolutely, we are looking forward to it. And you recall our discussions. We want quality education and something new coming up here. Something which is very different, as brought by Dinesh. Something more culturally aligned to our way of thinking, not to what we always say, West or Europe or whatever. More inward looking and more into our way of cultural thought.
Thank you very much, everyone. What a beautiful panel. I'm sorry, we are already running short of time, but I so wish this could have continued for another 20 minutes. Thank you, General Kaushik. Thank you, Chandan, Dinesh, Dr. Pima, Nimesh. I truly loved it. We're going to create proceedings out of this and share it with all of you in the near future. Look forward to having continued discussions and making Himalayas is a great destination for education going forward. Thank you and have a great day. Next discussion. Bye-bye.
Thanks for having us.
Thank you, Professor Atul, and all the panelists for such an incredible panel discussion, and it was very insightful. I would like to move on to our next panel discussion. This is a very interesting panel discussion on the topic, The Call of Mountains, Happiness, Spirituality and Education. I welcome Professor Vivek Atre, former IAS officer, a motivational TEDx speaker, author, mentor, advisor, columnist, and a visiting professor. He is a chairman of Yogananda Center for Technology and a visiting professor at Shulini University, founder of Suvichar, a think tank, chairman of the Public Relations Council of India, member of the Governors Advisory Council of Chandigarh, founder of Vibrant Networking Forum, Chandigarh Literary Society, and co-convener of InTouch Chandigarh. He has also inspired thousands of youngsters to adopt a cheerful and a positive multidimensional approach into their life. He has over more than 3 million views on YouTube. I request Professor Vivek to moderate the discussion and introduce other panels. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And it's a pleasure to be moderating this panel. It's a wonderful topic, and spirituality, happiness, and education happen to be my goals, my dreams, and it's a great opportunity for me to moderating this session. I would like to invite on stage first Dr. P.K. Khosla, the Chancellor and founder of Shulini University, who is a man with a difference. He is a crusader, a pathbreaker, a spiritual devotee, and also someone who is really, really committed to education, very inspiring, very, very verbose and vocal about education and inspiration. He is somebody who is leading from the front and has undergone a lot of transformations in his own life. I think this topic of happiness, education, and spirituality, especially with reference to the Himalayas, is eminently suitable to Dr. Khosla. So welcome, Dr. Khosla.
Thank you very much.
And now I'm going to invite on stage Dr. Anil Joshi, who is a very renowned environmentalist, green activist, the founder of the Himalayan Environmental Studies and Conservation Organization. He is a Padma Bhushan and a Janmalal Bajaj awardee as well, and a Ashoka Fellow of the Government of India, as also honored him a number of times. We are extremely honored और बहुत आपका स्वागत है जोशी साहब. Also joining us is Professor Mukesh Williams, who is a university educator, a media analyst, and an academic exchange negotiator. He is a renowned professor. He is someone who is an intellectual. He has been in Caribbean literature. He has taught Anglo-American, South Asian topics, and he is absolutely inspiring in his own way. Extremely happy to have you here, and a very warm welcome to you. Where are you joining us from, Professor Williams?
Well, I am in Tokyo at the moment.
So are you there with anything to do with the Olympics, or is it just a matter of chance?
No, not at all. I had my vaccination this afternoon.
Okay. All right. That's wonderful, Professor Williams. And I hope you're feeling well after the vaccination.
Up to now, I look all right. I'm okay. I hope I'll manage. If I'm a little groggy, please forgive me.
No, you're sounding good, and don't worry, we'll look after you.
Thank you.
Then we have with us a very warm welcome to Professor Richard Cohen, who is a PhD from the Department of Oriental Studies, the Indic Division of the University of Pennsylvania, which I believe is also known as UPenn, a BA in Anthropology from the Beloit College, and currently he is lecturer, Department of Middle Eastern and South Asian Languages and Cultures, University of Virginia. So if Professor Cohen is there, we'd like to have him join now. Okay, he seems to be having some technical issues. He will probably join in a little while. All right, gentlemen, it's very nice to have you. And अनिल जोशी साहब, आप तो केबीसी पे भी आए थे दिसंबर 2020 में, और अमिताभ बच्चन साहब के साथ आपने खूब अच्छा गुफ्तगू की थी और बहुत इंस्पायरिंग थे. So would you like to start off by making the opening remarks and telling us how much happiness did that episode give you?
If you look into the yes, am I audible?
Yeah, you are audible. Please go ahead. Yes.
So what is it that we must know? The whole Himalayan range is also called, Hindu Kush Himalayas, and the Kush means the happiness. We must know that. And but do you really think that there is a happiness left? No, I don't think so. And the second important thing, that the history of the Himalaya 50 million years ago, with 50 million people, 5 million square kilometer, that Himalaya is maybe a very small piece globally, but the most important contribution that Himalaya have been doing is not only the water, the forest, the soil that it has been giving. Rest of the 10 nations are part of the Himalayas, and 1.9 billion people are said to be get the advantage of this great entity. But the most important contribution, in my opinion, is that, as rightly mentioned, that the spirituality, and of course the education. But I've been wondering that if you really need to define an education, it is merely should not be a preaching, but the practice. And the Himalaya is a place where things are practiced first and preaching is done later on. All of you must be aware, the Vedas have the history, Vedas. All 4 Vedas have a history. They are all born in forest culture. That's why we call the Aranya Shaskriti. They have the R.I.S.E and the Muni, the saints have. This is a collection of their practices, the preaching, that Vedas that we have been talking. But the most important issue is currently this whole exercise is being done. What do you think we are going to offer as a part of education? Do we really know the Himalayas? That it is not merely a body where we have forests, the high peaks, very romantic kind of a thing we have been talking. But the more important thing, which I always have been wondering and sharing with the people, we do not know the Himalaya. It is highly discussed. A lot of debate and the dialogues have been doing but least understood. We could not understand Himalayas till date. And I'm to tell you that we have given this statehood just to ensure that the local community and the Himalayan ecosystem can get a better say. But unfortunately, it hasn't happened. And I would like to say here that we have been always finding ecological security out of Himalayas, and that too it serves the rest of the nation, and at the same time, but that ecological security is now threatened, and the statehood did not much did the wonder, and we are not in a very a better. The only thing is that the future, which I here would say, that if this meeting is being organized, let us see that how Himalaya should be offered to coming generation, students who are ultimately going to decide the future of the Himalayas through in various positions they go after their studies. So the most important issue, in my opinion, is that what is we are going to do and the kind of research academics that we are trying to bring into the Himalayan systems, and through Himalayan system, the different education institute, research institute, collectively, how are we going to work is the most important challenge in my opinion. And it is not yet addressed, despite the fact we got statehood and so many universities and research institutes all around. Himalaya is not understood yet. It is, we have a very strong belief, and is the reason last 100 years, do we have any study done where the Himalaya stand today and it was 100 years ago? We don't have any study at all, not study. And even the statehood granted, what is the status of ecosystem is again another very important. So ultimately, in fact, the ecosystem understanding is very poor everywhere globally. Had that been there, whole global environment would not have been in a pathetic situation condition currently that we face today. So I'll in the beginning I'll say this only, and then later I'll add more.
Thank you, Dr. Joshi. That was very, very clear, and you absolutely rightly emphasized the point that studies and detailed research on the Himalayas, the significance, the development, the ecosystem, and yes, political statehood, etc., jurisdiction is not the only thing. It is a matter of the ecosystem and the environment. We will come back to you, Dr. Joshi, but I would like to go to Professor Williams before I come to Dr. Khosla. Professor Williams, you are in Tokyo, you have insight about the Himalayas, but first I'd like to just take your help to identify the key aspects of this topic. Spirituality, happiness, education, how are they linked in your opinion? What is the ultimate goal of education? And if I can go a step further and ask you to give your insights, what is the meaning and goal of life itself? How can we link these three together? Sorry to give you such a wider one, but here you go. Professor Williams.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much, Professor. These are very difficult questions and very huge. But let me begin by saying that you are in the Shivalik range, which is a part of the sub-Himalayan region. Shivalik is the name of Shiva, the greatest Adiyogi the world has ever seen. Romantic, idealistic, temperamental, extremely powerful, introspective, unorthodox. This is what we understand by Shiva. So Shivalik means it belongs to Lord Shiva. That's what it means. It is said that the Adiyogi taught one aspect of yoga to each of his 7 disciples, the Saptarishis. But when they offered all their knowledge as a Guru Dakshina to Adiyogi, they became empty of all knowledge. So the state of emptiness created a vacuum that pulled all knowledge from around in their lives. Then all the 112 ways became present in all of them. So each of the disciple acquired the power of Shiva. Sholini will come alive in all of you who are alumni of this great institution. So the knowledge you acquire at Sholini is yours. But when you come back to return and share this knowledge as part of the Guru Dakshina, you will be empowered with greatest knowledge. You will become a storehouse of wisdom like the Sapta Yogis. Yogi means one who has mastered his body and mind. It also means one who has acquired reflective and mystical powers. So you will become a storehouse of knowledge, a great power to reckon with. If we begin with ourselves, with the alumni, I think we can do great things. This is the first point I want to make, and I don't want to go on, but I think the spiritual aspect, the aspect of happiness, which is completion, not the Western notion of happiness, and education, what we can give, not what we can get. Same thing with biodiversity. Anil Joshi mentioned that we need to understand. Absolutely true. If we cannot understand ourselves, how can we understand biodiversity? If we can't understand our own biodiversity. So there are many things, but I just rest with this one point. There are many more.
Right. Professor Williams, will come back to you. I think your insight into the Shivalik and the Lord Shiva's adjectives which you used were absolutely widespread in discussing his personality and his impact and his inspiration. And obviously spirituality is a personal journey, but universal icons or universal figures obviously inspire. And Himalayas themselves inspire in so many ways. Dr. Khosla, I'll come to you now. And please tell us how the Himalayas have inspired you in your journey and how they continue to inspire you and Sholini University as you are the Chancellor.
Well, sorry, Vivek, Himalaya, I'm not a Himalayan boy. I have come from plains. First time I stepped my foot on Missouri Hills, that was 1960 as a BSc honors student. I thought lucky are the people who are born in hills. Still luckier are those who come here to live or visit the hills. As the luck would have it, for my master's in botany and my PhD in botany, research problems were given to me from the Himalayan region. For my doctoral dissertation, I was in the Eastern Himalayas, Darjeeling Hills, Meghalaya, and further in the Northeast. Then I was married in Himachal. I shifted to Himachal. And my journey has been very successful. More important was that when I became a disciple of Paramahansa Yogananda, I think Himalayas are a symbol of happiness. I'm very happy. and it is then linked with spirituality. In Himalaya, you automatically become spiritual. If you are from outside, more so. Both though I don't know the people who are inhabitants or the local people, but I know the people who have come from outside. It is a place for the saints. In the earlier session, Dr. Dinesh Singh talked about the Himalaya, the land of religions, where Buddhism, Hinduism, Jainism, everything came here. It is a land where Hindu scriptures have come up, whether the Vedas, our Upanishads, our Puran, or whatever you talk about. Those are the, I would say, the product of the cool summers and the pleasant winters of the Himalayas that it provides. Most of our ashrams were in the hilly regions, providing higher education of those days. The first global university was in the Himalaya, that was Takshila. Takshila, the university of that merit, the university of that multi-purpose magnitude is yet to come up anywhere in the world. Because we inherited the university system from the Britishers. It was during the Islamic invasions, all our institutions were burnt and we were reduced to zero. That was the end of the 12th century. And we entered into a dark period with our type of the institutions. And then in 1857, the Britishers introduced higher education with 3 universities to teach us. What they wanted to learn us was the British English and the European science, which had originated there. It's all written in the Vedas, I can tell you. There was nothing new. But then, because we were ruled by them, it was put in a manner, in a shape, that as if the theories were new and the Eastern people had nothing at their back. So whether it's the Einstein theory or the Newton or to name anybody, you see, if you are talking about our stellar system and the Earth movements, where they were just struggling to decide whether the sun moves around the Earth or Earth moves around the sun, that it was only with the discovery of telescope that Galileo could tell them. But Galileo was then hanged. The church didn't agree with it. And that but ultimately they had to accept it. But our science came from within, because we believe in that हमारी प्रयोगशाला तो हमारा शरीर है, उसमें चक्कर है. They are the energy centers. You from consciousness to subconsciousness to super consciousness, you enter into it. You enter into a vacuum whereby all riddles of life become very clear. But since we have been brought up in the British system, our youngsters are not willing to believe it. They do not know anything. I was also not knowing it. I think that I came to know that fortunately my association with Paramahansa Yogananda, he says Himalayas is a place of the masters, yogic masters, and who have lived over even the millennia. And Mahavatar Babaji is one among them, is only one reference which he gives, that आप ईंट उठाओ आपको बड़े से बड़े महात्मा मिलेंगे जो इतने पहुंचे हुए हैं, जो नॉलेज के भंडार हैं. तो ये जो हमारी जो सभ्यता है वो पिछड़ गई. Even if you look at the life of the eras, yugas, कहता है जी काली युग में हो. अरे काली युग तो खत्म हो गया. This is ये तो cycle है about 24,000 years. The movement of the sun around another star which completes descending 12,000 years and ascending 12,000 years. Kali Yuga ended on 1699. That is what, look at the conversions of the religion which was taking place till Aurangzeb was there. Aurangzeb left his body in the beginning of the 17th century. That was the beginning of the Dwapar, not the Kali Yuga. इतनी साइंस की तरक्की ना होती अगर हम कल युग में बैठे होते. लाखों का कर दिया. Swami Yukteswar Giri and Sadhguru, they have come out with the hypothesis that we are in the Dwapar region. It is bad for the Hindus, for our astronomical science, for our astrological science, even to think that we are in the Kali Yuga. The scholars like the astrologists and astronomers like Yukteswar Giri and Sadhguru, now they are prophesying that we are entered into a new phase of life, and it is the age of the knowledge. It is the age of uh, the new science and technology, where electricity, magnetism, and gravity, all those things will be giving you every day something new. Who had imagined? We are past through the dark period. We are in the brightest period of the past. At this stage,
Thank you, Dr. Khosla. Very good inputs. And I totally agree with you that the misconception about Kali Yuga has to be cleared. And Swami Shri Yukteswar Ji in the Holy Science has clearly said, when enlightenment is taking place, electricity discovered, there is so many things which indicate that mankind is moving towards a better era, and it is already the beginnings of the Dwapar Yuga since the date which you mentioned. But anyway, that is a matter for other people to resolve. We will go back to education, and Dr. Joshi, I would like to ask you about education and the Himalayas. How do you think the youngsters, the youth, should be prepared for the future? Should there be such a balanced development that they think more deeply of nature and the earth and the planet and the environment? Also, how can the Himalayas be an inspiring abode for educational institutions, much more than we have as of now? So over to you, Dr. Joshi.
Yeah. Thank you, Vivek ji. Vivek ji, in fact, we should be anything when we talk, there have to be a logics. Why Himalaya is a spiritual place for the spiritualism? Why? Because, we must understand that wherever we have a forest and a soil, a forest and a river, and where we have a shrines and the ultimate place where we go back to the soil, these are the two locations always said to be place for meditation and ultimate enlightenment. That's a fact. Yeah. The reason is because the forest and a river have been serving, and why Himalaya has been doing service to the nation, the nation and every community, human society, human. And at the same time, when you are in a place where you have a shrines, you have a place where you will ultimately go back to, they keep you above the body, and they realize you the services that you are ultimately born with, like the Himalaya. That is the logic. And the second important, which should come into the education, there is a difference, and the Himalaya has never been in its whole history. The community ultimately have been giving so many messages through the Badrinath, Kedarnath, and great shrines around. There has not been any word development. This is a word which we, took from the Western culture. There has been a word prosperity. There is a difference between the development and a prosperity. Himalaya teaches you educate you for prosperity, everything you need. Then whenever you're talking of the development, you are very biased. Either you build a road or you make structure, and you are talking livelihood opportunities, and there you place as the development. But the Himalaya teaches you prosperity, inclusive, everything you should think together. You cannot talk one time this and one time that. When you will begin with the prosperity, and that have to be the part of education, and it should be essentially, at least in a place like not Delhi, but in Himalaya, when we are doing anything which we place as a progress, it has to be prosperity based. Everything we need, where the ecosystem also survive, economy also go well. So it has to be number one. And the second is the sustainability. That word has come 1972 Stockholm. Everything, everywhere you go, every project you look into, the government, the universities, and sustainability is the word that we have been all time been using. What is sustainable ever since 1972? This word came. Nothing. You talk river, you air, water, economy that collapsed in the corona, and everything. Nothing is sustainable at all. Sustainable need to be redefined. Sustainable, in fact, is begin with the subsistence for yourself, then you become surplus, and then from surplus, then you share with the people like Himalaya has been doing. So that is here, the sustainability need to be redefined. And I would like to add the last thing which here I would say, who ultimately will be shaping Himalayas? First, the local community and those who are consuming ultimately the most of the resources. And it is likely, before this session, I was hearing that where should the Himalayan University, that global standard, be located? Well, it has to be ultimately in Himalaya, but more important, as 90% of Himalayan resources are consumed by non-Himalayan. The states, they UP, Haryana, Punjab, UP, Bihar, Bangladesh, I mean, whole flatland guys have been enjoying more of the Himalayas. So the principle of nature says the consumer must be a contributor, whomsoever it is, in the Himalaya, or it is in the UP or Bihar and so on. So their involvement, now at least when Himalayan ecosystem is threatened, really need to be ensured. And that is the reason that Himalaya should not be a responsibility of the local people or a local states, but there has to be a mechanism where from the other contribution be equally sought. And the tool are of course clear. They have no state in the country and no pilgrims. We have been every year so many people coming in to take darshan of Badrinath, Kedarnath. That means there is a kind of a attachment mentally, sentimentally, spiritually. The people respect Himalayas, but their practical contribution should also be ensured. Unless everybody in this country or globally will collectively not think of the Himalayas, we are third pole and we are not very good now ecologically. That's really need to be understood. And I think this education, if you look into the education part of, and that should come through the experience, the culture of Himalaya is the most important. It only teaches you the conservation, and the new civilization which recently came only tell you and encourage a consumerism. And as I say, principle of nature says consumer must be contributor. Whomsoever consuming more will have to contribute. Unless we will do that, we cannot strike any balance. And it has to be scientifically studied, discussed, debated, validated, and then it should be shared. And the local universities, local education institute and research institute can collectively seriously think on this issue. And then only we will be, I think, doing justice for our being a Himalayan or sitting in the Himalayas. We can only justify with that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Joshi. It's a great honor and privilege to have you on this panel. And I think the passion which is there is quite evident, and I can hear it in your words, but I can also sense it in the vibrations which are coming. Also, I like the way you mentioned flatland people, because that is a very descriptive way of talking about the rest of the world. But I think you are absolutely passionate about the Himalayas, and it is extremely important that the right mindset is exhibited and displayed and brought out, and not just fashionable cliches like sustainability when we are taking action and envisioning the future. I think Professor Mukesh Williams, now it is absolutely poised for you to come in with another round on this time on what should the youth be thinking about his or her future, and the educational world, how should it be tailored towards the ultimate goals of life. And with reference to the Himalayas and your educational background, I always have the most difficult ones for you, but here you go, Professor Williams.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your question. I think the student must acquire the joy of learning. The joy of learning can be acquired in the Himalayas. It's a absolutely dazzling, awe-inspiring, at the same time, a great diverse place. And schools and colleges which are located within the perimeter of the Himalayan region. If we don't love, we only want, we would have a problem. In Japan, the mountains are revered, they are loved. People don't destroy, They want to contribute, to do something to keep it. Nobody is watching. And
Yes.
I remember when I was young, my grandfather would get me chilgoza, which was a very interesting fruit from the Himalayas called Pinus gerardinea. And
Chilgoza, yes.
I am told that recently the chilgoza trees are dying because the bird, that is the nutcracker bird, is vanishing, which hides the chilgoza and keeps it in the rocks and the mountains. The ecosystem is getting destroyed, and the chilgoza trees, which are 60 years old, are not getting renewed. And the market economy is taking over. Thousands of tons of chilgoza is sold in many other parts of the world, also in the big urban cities in India. And because of this over harvesting, earlier it was just the village people who used it as a supplement, but now it is a fashion to eat and enjoy this, which is fine. But the bird, because there is no fruit left, cannot cultivate this, because it would keep for the winter and eat little bit, and some of them which were left would germinate. So we have to specifically target some of these things in the northwestern Himalayas, how they used it during the winter to survive. The pine. We have the salt, which is called the Himalayan rock salt, which is one of the best in the world, because it is not kind of used agriculturally. It is purified by hand, and it is supposed to be most beneficial. Salt is composed of sodium and chloride, which is really beneficial. So, and the great thing about the Himalayan salt, the pink salt, is that it is colloidal in form. That is, it absorbs in our body immediately. Now, these things are there, but how long will they last? How to regulate their use? I think we can discuss, but a certain policy line, people's commitment, we find lacking. So the talk without action doesn't work. And the market forces are very strong. The village economy may be okay, but the market forces are very strong. The village economy also wants to cash on the market forces. They want to make some money out of it. And more so during the COVID period, when economy is not doing so well, people don't think of what is going to happen. So that's my take.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, Professor Williams. I think absolutely very correct remarks. You gave the instance of the chilgoza, the dry fruit, which is absolutely essential, and then the birds vanishing and the ecosystem being tampered with. You also mentioned the youth, and you also mentioned the education system, which should be tailored and towards the future, towards the higher goals, and the Himalayas provide the right inspiration for that. Now we're joined by Professor Richard Cohen. I already introduced you, Professor. I think you had a few technical problems, but we are happy to have you here. You will have only one installment because we might run out of time shortly. So in the next 4 or 5 minutes, if I can request you to give your ideas and thoughts on education especially, and since you are an expert on cultural studies, and you are also currently the Department of Middle Eastern and South Asian Languages professor, and you are also a PhD in Oriental Studies, I would be very happy to hear from you the importance of education for the future, as well as giving it a contextual context of the Himalayas and the Indian culture, if you can.
Right. Well, that's a steep order in 4 or 5 minutes.
I know that. My apologies for that.
No, it's my apology for not being smart enough about how to set up my camera. So I have missed practically all of the remarks of this panel so far. So I can't really speak in an informed way as far as that is concerned. I did catch the previous panel, which I found extremely stimulating and interesting. So off of that panel, I can say a few remarks with regard to education.
Yes.
I am someone who have had quite who has led quite a number of study abroad programs from the United States to India, in Delhi, in Hyderabad, and elsewhere. So I have a lot of experience bringing American students to India for short 2, 3, 8-week and also semester-long programs. I'm well connected with the study abroad office here at the University of Virginia. So if we come up with any kind of ideas as far as exchanges are concerned or study abroad opportunities are concerned, I'm well placed for that and am ready to go forward in planning that. But I do want to emphasize that Professor Chandan Sen's remarks in the previous panel really resonate with me. Being also an NRI professor, I think he has a particular perspective that syncs very well with mine with respect to educational opportunities in India for both Indians and for foreigners. I think that it's very exciting that Himachal Pradesh is on the plate here, because it definitely offer, as everyone has been saying, unique opportunities for educational experiences. Here at the University of Virginia, we have several centers and foci, which I would just want to mention quickly, that can be direct links with Shulani. First of all, there's the engineering school, and given the fact that the ecological environment, the environmental challenges, the engineering challenges in Himachal Pradesh, they would be of great interest to both students and faculty at the University of Virginia Engineering School, I would surmise. Then you have the Batten School of Public Policy and Global Studies. It's a very small but focused school here at UVA, which I'm sure the faculty and students of that school would be very interested in learning opportunities and also sharing research opportunities with Shulani. And then there's the Contemplative Sciences Center, a well-funded small center a new center at the University of Virginia, which is led by a South Asianist, Professor David Germano, whom I know personally. He is a religious studies specialist, in particular in Buddhism, Indian Buddhism, and has led study abroad programs to India, Nepal, and Bhutan. So there's that school as well. And then there's the Environmental Studies Department in the School of Arts and Sciences at UVA. And I know people in that department who would be very interested in the environmental aspects of education and research through Shulani and the wider ecology of Himachal Pradesh. So that's it in a nutshell as far as the opportunities that are available here at the University of Virginia. My job, of course, will be to then take the ball and go to those centers and departments and schools at UVA and try to generate interest. Now, I do want to build on Professor Chandan Sen's remarks about paradigm, educational policy, and and shared knowledge experiences. The typical American student today is very much, as Dr. Sen has said, is interested in problem solving through their own education. In other words, how to have a career in the workplace that is practical and exciting for them. So the typical American student today is very much interested in practical learning, and will not be interested in some of the educational techniques that are employed in Indian classrooms. Of course, they will try to fit in, but maybe malaise will develop very shortly within the student if he or she realizes that the educational experience is going to be very hidebound and limited. But on the other hand, as I have observed India over the last 50 years, in particular the educational system, India's educational system is changing, and it's changing very fast. The words chaos has been used, but I think that with the introduction of the private universities in India, such as Shulani, it opens the door to changing attitudes about higher education in India. And so I would very much look forward to exchanging ideas with the Shulani faculty on how to create a learning experience for the foreign student. Sorry. Let me stop there because I think I've gone over my 5 minutes.
Thank you, Richard. No, you were very disciplined, and I'm sure you had a harrowing time trying to get in. So these are the vagaries of technology which cannot be helped, and yes. I think your inputs were very, very productive and conducive to tie-ups between Indian and American institutions, and I'm sure Shulani will be in touch with you. I'm going to go to 3 gentlemen now for their closing remarks, and also to request them to weave in a little bit of the bigger picture, because the topic is, after all, spirituality, happiness, and education. So how can we create more happiness and see the bigger picture of life, especially through the eyes of the youth? When the young person is looking at life ahead, and with the special context to the Himalayas or the region, could be Uttarakhand, could be Himachal Pradesh, could be any state of this region, what is he looking forward to, and what should be the goal? So I'll go to Professor P.K. Khosla first, because he hasn't spoken for a while, but I'm afraid we only have 2 minutes each. So here you go, Professor Khosla.
Happiness itself is a very difficult word, and it's very variable also. It will depend upon happiness in the environment in which you are living, happiness in the job, happiness at home, happiness in friendship, or happiness with other relations. But one thing is very clear. If your environment and your outside conditions are congenial, favorable, and acceptable, the cool summers, pleasant winters, definitely you tend to be happy. This is one of the reasons that the people from the plains, when the corona, because of corona, the Himachal government relaxed the condition, thousands of people came to visit Shimla or other places, and there was so much rush, traffic was jammed, other things. Why the people are coming? It's not only for they can cool their bodies in the air conditioner also, but the happiness that will come. Happiness is linked with the forest, happiness is linked with the vegetation, happiness, as Joshi ji had said, water and forest are the 2 very important parts of the Himalayas. They are the lifeline of the Himalayas. So if you look at the Himalayan education, I would say we go back to the Himalayas education, particularly in Himachal, We were very fortunate to have a chief minister who always said the strategies for development for the Himalayas have to be different as that of the plains. Unfortunately, our forefathers, those who formulated the policies, they did the wrong thing that they adopted from the plains. Whether it was the university or it was the education, the whole system went topsy-turvy. Whole thing is to be changed. He always said, if you want to make the Himalayan people happy, give them fodder, fuel, fruit, and animal husbandry, and that can only come if your forests and trees are grown along with the. He gave the concept what the nature has given us. Nature gave us forests. We moved the forest, harvested the forest, and converted it into agricultural land. And he will say, ape the forest and come out with a multi-dimensional farming system. Then happiness will flow. Look, we have to look at the Switzerland and such places. They are also hills like us, but they are doing things which are akin to the nature. Akin is that the natural resources, their animal husbandry is so productive. Most of the butter and the cheese to the global community is coming from that country. They are going for the electronic, I would say the equipment. But here in Himachal or elsewhere, we are digging the forest for cement. We are digging the forest for sand. It is a tragedy that Himalayan strategies are developed, policies are developed with the outsiders, and naturally the happiness cannot be. Bad environment, deterioration of the environment cannot keep you happy. And happiness and spirituality are interlinked. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Khosla. Well said and absolutely true. It is the ecosystem, it is the environment, it is the integration of all the resources. So I go to Dr. Joshi for his closing remarks. Dr. Joshi, you are on mute. You have to unmute. Unmute. Unmute.
Okay. Am I audible now?
Yes. Go
audible
ahead.
now?
Yes.
Yeah, I say that understanding Himalayan culture would mean many things, and because this is one which teaches you the conservation, and we should know the difference between a culture and a new civilization, which tend to make you the consumer. So there is a difference that Himalaya can teach you. And the second, more important, we really need through the educational institute, the innovative and very effective communication to planners, public at large. And that tool, if we will be able to develop, we will realize differently the Himalayas, its spirituality, its resources, its all values related to it. I think these are the kind of a thing, and it has to be essentially in a participatory mode. You cannot say that of my scientist, I'm a technologist, what I will be thinking, developing. No, the truth is, at least in case of ecosystem, it has to be very participatory. And the participatory, when we call it, it is to involve the community and a better understanding, and that has to be inculcated in coming generation students, that their approach must be very participatory. But they would learn from the villages, the culture, and then also they will contribute whatever they earn as a part of from their education. I think these are the kind of a thing. And I'm very happy UPES has begun something on Himalayas, and that is related to happiness and so on. At least there is a beginning. So I definitely would like to contribute. Unfortunately, we have not been we have not a first round of a debate, but I think immediately after this, I would love to do so, because inclusive prosperity need to be understood, not the development.
Wonderful thoughts. I like the way you speak on camera. I'm a speaker, motivational speaker myself, and the way passionately you speak with your hand movement and body language is wonderful. And also the content, of course. Two points which I take away from you. One is that the local community has to really be involved in all our efforts. And secondly, what you said earlier, consumerism means that you also have to be a contributor. You cannot be just a plunderer and not contributing to whatever ecosystem you are a part of. Professor Williams, now over to you. I hope you are feeling okay even now after your vaccine
Well, I'm
shot?
all right. Thank you.
All right.
I
Last
just
2 minutes for
briefly,
you.
very quickly say a few things. Number one, I think happiness can come when we teach students life skills. Life skills mean how to live, how to meditate, how to reflect, how to remember. These are the life skills, otherwise, happiness cannot come. The
Right.
other thing is spirituality. People don't think, young people don't think spirituality is worth much. So we have to, as teachers, create a passion which will burn their lives, literally shine, burning as in shine, so that they are excited to do something that they love, and that passion can be transferred through the teacher to the student. And finally, education. We are challenging and confronting the market economy. Students want to get a job, they want to make money. How to balance this whole idea of finding a job and doing something that you love to do? This is the role of the university, that of the teacher. And I think that lots can be said, but since we don't have much time and you are closing it down and the whole discussion, but I think that these are the three things I would like to say.
Thank you, Professor Williams. I think your summary is absolutely vital to the context. What you said about love and loving your work and bigger picture and spirituality and the youth looking forward to something which is not only just monetary gain and just livelihood, but also the bigger picture. Professor Cohen, I feel a little bad if I don't call you once again. Maybe you have only 60 seconds, but go ahead and give your closing remarks.
Thank you very much. Let me just say that I wholeheartedly agree with the other three panelists as what they've said in their closing remarks in particular. I think that the idea of the exotic India is still in the mind of the Westerner and in the American mind in particular. And that's been a hindrance in the past, I think, in recruiting students' interest to go to India. But in this particular case, especially with the Contemplative Sciences Center here at the university, which is led by a South Asianist focused professor, that we can actually leverage the UPA students' interest in India through that center, but also meet the needs and the interests of those who are interested in engineering and in environmental sciences and even in global health. We have a wonderful global health program here too. So I have great expectations for linking up the UVA's faculty and students with not only Shulanese University, but the whole HP experience. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Richard. That was very well summarized. I think we are now closing, and I'd like to thank all the panelists. I think it was a wonderful, animated, and passionate discussion. A very difficult topic to encapsulate in so short a time, but I think we did enough justice to happiness, spirituality, and education. On behalf of the conference at Shulani University, I'd like to thank you all. Professor Khosla, Dr. Joshi, Professor Cohen, and Professor Williams. Thank you very much. Over to you, Kumar.
Thank you very much, sir. I think it was indeed a wonderful, insightful panel. I'd like to thank all the panelists also. Thank you very much for the session. For the closing session, I have with me two speakers today. First, I invite Dr. S.J. Chopra, Chancellor, University of Petroleum and Energy Studies, for his closing remarks.
Thank you. Thanks for the opportunity. I do believe that the mountains offer a lot of scope, but let us appreciate that science and technology have a crucial role to address all these issues, all the mountain issues. The uniqueness of Himalayas has to be appreciated or has to be taken care of, and the mountain specificities has to be factored in. I think especially since I am in Uttarakhand, I'll talk about Uttarakhand. I think Uttarakhand offers so many things. It's divine. You go to Rishikesh, attend the Ganga Aarti, the biodiversity that the state offers, the valley of flowers that the state offers, the Char Dham Yatra that the state offers. It's the abode of gods. The Corbett National Park, the whitewater rafting, the camping, the bungee jumping, trekking, and snow dodging. What does the international community require? I think, coupled with good education and all these facilities, I think this is the place to be in. I think building the Himalayas as a global destination of learning has to ensure sustainable rural development. Besides this, I do believe that economic empowerment, development, and conservation of the fragile ecosystem has to be taken care of. Not only this, we also need to interact, to engage with the inhabitants of the region who offer a rich heritage of traditional practices, the culture part. As a state, Uttarakhand has always enjoyed an excellent reputation as an educational center. We now need to raise the standard of higher education in this state. Besides raising the standards of higher education on one side, we also must appreciate that women's education is very, very important. The women's education, their health, their empowerment are very important, as female literacy is related to a lot of social aspects. The infant mortality, there are other things, hygiene factors, all those things are related, as a matter of fact, to women literacy. For the Himalayan region, as far as education is concerned, it's very important to be innovative and have smart university campuses. We must take care of the environment and other things. Universities need to pick up projects which are related to geosciences, public health, dentistry, engineering, and businesses which are aimed at improving health of the people, fostering sustainable development, maybe through entrepreneurship and creation of livelihoods. And what is important is also diffusion of education in the masses. We must be able to use technology to improve the quality of teaching and research. As a matter of fact, let me go back to the sustainable part. There is a twofold need for us to consider the Himalayan states as an abode of education. These states are rich with natural resources and biodiversity. Providing education in the lap of nature will help in developing the talent in a much more holistic manner. These states also face acute problem of migration, due to which there are challenges to conserve the tradition and culture of these hill states, and it must be taken care of. Presence of educational institutions will provide resources to the state to skill the local youths, who then can stay back and take their villages forward. The United Nations Sustainable Development Group 4 on quality education has set an agenda for sustainable development. The traditional education system in India has been practicing the quality education delivery through learners' individual transformational processes and adapting to changes while respecting the values of conservation, sufficiency, moderation, and solidarity. Education for sustainable development will empower our people, and it will be perceived that technological advancements can provide solutions to the old sustainability issues. Our university, the University of Petroleum and Energy Studies, has adopted a number of strategies to inculcate the values of conservation, sufficiency, moderation, and solidarity amongst the students. These include the foremost, I think, social internship. We have envisaged that social internship, our first year students, almost 3,000 to 3,500 students, going to the villages, talking to them, spending weeks with them, trying to understand their problems and appreciating that how the villages are funded, how they live, how they go about their daily course, etc., and what are their issues, etc. They start appreciating the issue. The youngsters start appreciating the issues. We are also very clear that we must have responsible consumption, as they say, at the campus. We have ensured and will keep on ensuring further that sustainability development focused curriculum must be adopted. We ensure minimum credit on sustainability in every course. Creating awareness and developing capabilities of people in the vicinity is one of the prime focus that we have. We have sort of worked with the villages around and tried to support them, to lift them up through various means that we could think of. As I look at, the way forward could be to create a network of business incubation centers to develop entrepreneurial skills, building the Himalayan states as a place to learn sustainability. Academic curricula needs to be strengthened with mountain specificities, research and development to improve innovative technologies to help sustainable development in the region, and education institutions in this region should take a lead role in the 5 thematic areas that have been developed by Niti Aayog, which are water security, sustainability, shifting cultivation towards transformational approach, and strengthening the skill and entrepreneurship leadership, and making available the full technology that can be applied in these mountainous regions. These were my initial thoughts that I thought I will share with you.
Thank you, Dr. S.J. Chopra. That was wonderful. Now I invite Mr. Vishal Anand, founder, Pro-Chancellor, Shulin University, for his closing remarks.
Thank you, Kumar. Thank you, Mr. Chopra. I'll pick up from where you left, and I'm a mountain boy born and brought up in the Himalayas. And there's a beautiful dialogue captured in one of the Himalayan history books. It says the earth asked Vishnu, "Why do you come in the form of mountains and not in your own form?" And Vishnu replied, "The pleasure that exists in the mountains is greater than that of animate beings. For they feel no heat, nor cold, nor pain, nor anger, nor fear, nor pleasure. We 3 gods as mountains will reside in the earth for the benefit of mankind." My compliments to all the stakeholders today for building and delivering this brilliant platform, R.I.S.E Himalayan Edition. When Dr. Khosla and I seeded the idea of setting up a university, the basic platform was to set up a research and education village in the Himalayas, which will really look after the first ecosystem, the first society of the Himalayan region. I remember Dr. Robert Huber, a Nobel laureate in chemistry, who visited us in the early years, and he elaborated on what the potential the Himalayas hold. The Himalayas actually can be a solution lab to the entire world. Today's deliberations actually define the possible dimensions of the impact we together can create. A case I closely follow and love to share is of Bhutan. And the last session very beautifully weaved in what happiness means to the people of Himalayas. Is the philosophy of gross national happiness, seeded by its 4th king, Jigme Singwe Wangchuk, in 1972. Again, a year of sustainability as Dr. Anil shared. I think there's a lot to learn for all of us as institution builders from Bhutan as a country. Initially, no one could perceive the concept of measuring happiness, but as Bhutan prioritized its model on the 4 basic pillars, and which I believe could be actually the 4 pillars of building a great institution, an island of excellence, which will actually influence the Himalayan region overall. The first principle being of good governance. The second being conservation of the environment, being actually carbon negative and not carbon neutral. Can we take up as institutions that task to build the islands of carbon negative institutions and really lead the initiative for the governments that we host? Preservation and promotion of culture. Very true. Every mile we had a different language. Bhutan itself, a small country, has more than 20 languages still existing in that domain. It is a abode of the gods. Sustainable and equitable social economic development. Again, how we can be very inclusive towards our approach of growth. How we can have education benefit the larger masses of this beautiful country, the Himalayas. Bhutan, in its simple yet effective implementation, has proven to the world how a small nation tucked between 2 global superpowers can create a model of governance that the world today envies. Talking about ecosystems, because that's what the principle of a university or an institution is. 3 years back, I had a very interesting discussion with one of the founders of the Singularity University. And just over a cup of tea, we debated how an ecosystem can really influence the learning environment and the learning for the society which it hosts. And what better place than a Dehradun Valley or the hills of Kasauli? I think we are blessed. We actually are God-gifted towards having that perfect ecosystem of learning and research. Today's discussions, as I was going through the day, very exciting and very innovative ways of taking what has happened in the last 18 months. It's been something which has put us to an existential crisis, but I think there's a lot of positive that's come through the whole 18 months of a journey of the COVID times. And debates from, if stronger research helps or it's the other side, is the teaching that is the strength of an institution. I think there's a beautiful weave between both. There were discussions around the academic autonomy and the model that China followed for international campuses coming into their domain. There were discussions around, e-learning. There's a global pool, actually a global pool of top gurus and teachers now available to the world at a click of a button. What that can transform for. We talked of Panini and how the Einstein of humanities took his abode to the Himalayas and the impact he created. The best part, which I learned, one of the learnings out of the whole discussion was, what the board of a top global university is thinking today, and what is the reason we all exist. And a simple line that Purita said was, make the world a better place. That's the reason we all exist as institutions and leading the social fabric of our very ecosystems. As a way forward, I think this platform can create a huge amount of impact. Another learning that I like to share is from another economic forum that I am part of at a global level. And we created something called a micro forum there. It was nothing but a one-to-one conversation between people who would have not ever met earlier in life and without an agenda. Why it was without an agenda? Because it gives a dimension which is of passion, which is of a relationship, and really gives something beyond to a discussion and to the possibilities of innovation between people. So I would really propose that if QS and UPS, Shulni combined, can create these micro forums between individuals where they can have just a charcha, just a conversation without any agenda, and make one-to-one relationships. The kind of impact that can create, the kind of innovation can really get into the system of learning for us as a society will be phenomenal. Beyond that, I think we have seeded today, thanks to QS and the initiative from the other 2 institutions, a true inclusive think tank, which can be built into a larger platform over the years. I would request the organizers to publish formal proceedings and circulate it to a larger audience. Also, create Friends of Himalayas and be inclusive towards more institutions joining the larger story. Now, just on my closing remarks, I'd like to thank all our friends today, all our panelists, guests of honor, chief guest, and most importantly, Dr. Ashwin Fernandez and Team QS who enabled this platform. A big thank you to the team of UPS, led by Dr. Sunil Rai, Vice Chancellor UPS, and team of Shulni. Big kudos to Dr. Atul Khosla and the entire team of Shulni for organizing this. That's broadly from me. Thank you, Kumar, for inviting me today. Thank you so much.
Thank
Have a
you,
good
Mr.
evening.
Vishal, for those wonderful remarks. I would like to express my gratitude to the teams of QS, UPS, and Julian University for making today's conference a great success. I also thank all our speakers, presenters, for sharing their valuable insights with us today. I also sincerely thank all the audience for joining us today. Those who joining us, do subscribe to our channel, QS IGAUGE, to get updates on our next R.I.S.E conference, Delhi NCR edition. Thank you. Have a great weekend.